Okay, guys, you're all welcome to this great opportunity for us to learn, a great opportunity organized by SolaviseTech. Like we've all seen from the flyer, it's going to be a series of workshops, a series of networking moments, a series of learning moments, a series of sharing moments, guys. I want to officially welcome all of you on this great platform organized by SolaviseTech. SolaviseTech is a cloud computing institute. For those of you who would like to know more, as we journey along this series of workshops, you are going to know more about SolaviseTech and what SolaviseTech is doing and what SolaviseTech can offer you, and also what you could offer SolaviseTech. We're all here to share. We're all here to learn. So my name is Williamfa Eric. I'm a cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, but also most importantly, I'm also a multi-cloud engineer. I'm one of the SolaviseTech, let me say, one of the coordinators for this program, for this series of workshops. And I want to implore all of you to just stay calm. And today on this session, we are going to look at the 3-tier architecture project, right? Some of us are on this call, we don't have any idea about IT. Some of us have started the course on cloud computing. Some of us are intermediate into cloud computing. Some of us are already, let's say they're already seniors, right? We are already advanced into cloud computing. We are at all levels on this workshop. And I want to tell you guys, just feel relaxed. Nothing is going to be above you. If you can't understand anything, it's going to be broken down to the various level for you to understand. So on this workshop today, we are going to have Dr. Samba Otavis. He's going to take us on this amazing workshop, what a 3-tier architecture project is all about. So, Doc, the floor is yours. In the meantime, I will implore all of us, it's good that we should know where we are all joining from. We are joining from across the globe, some joining from Cameroon, from Nigeria, from the US, from Canada, from Ghana, and all over the world, guys. So it's very important that we should know, at least the names are well displayed if you want to see the names, but it's good that we should know where we are all joining from, right? So that probably you don't know. If you got a job opportunity somewhere, you can ping somebody, right? So that if you get there, you can get connected. That's why we are all here. So guys, just drop where you're joining from on the chat. Maybe from Cameroon, just drop Cameroon, Ghana, just drop so that we get to know each other. So guys, just drop your names on the chat. Thank you. While we're doing that, Doc, the floor is yours. What is the 3-tier architecture project?
Hi, Eric. I'm glad to be here. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. How are we doing? Great. Thanks for joining. Guys, if it's possible to be on camera, that'll be amazing. If it's possible to be on camera, it will be super amazing, right? Let's get to see each other. Good, Emmanuel. Good to have you. Good to have you. Welcome. I see we have a couple of persons from Ghana. That's amazing. Linda from the US, welcome. Great. Awesome. Wow, Ghana is leading. Wow. Ghana is leading the house. That's amazing, guys. All right. So my name is Samba Otavis. Just like Eric said, I'm going to be your pilot for the session of today. From the notice we sent out, majority of you are kind of intermediate as well as beginners into cloud computing. And I do understand the background from which we all come from. And I'll tell you guys, myself, I had no IT background. For those who know a bit about me, I started on my journey as a medical doctor before getting into the cloud. So if you're here, you're about to start the journey, or you've just started the journey with no IT background, I want to tell you that it's possible to do it, right? It's possible. All it takes is for you to have a dream. All it takes is for you to be focused on where you want to go to. All it takes is for you to put in the work now. That's what truly matters. right? Whether you have an IT background or not, it doesn't truly matter, in as much as you have that drive, in as much as you have that desire to walk through. And I would encourage that every one of us should be connected on our laptops, right? Let's all connect on our laptops. To get full value out of this training, you need to practice whatever we're going to be doing. These workshops are going to come in a series, right? They're going to come in a series, and we are starting off today with, I would say, the basics of it, right? Though the project we're going to be doing today, it's a project that helps to summarize a good number of cloud computing concepts, right? It's kind of an introductory phase, but it's a solid project, which if you master, for those who have already been in the cloud, if you master this project, right, you're able to articulate this project, say in an interview, right? You're able to convince potential employers, right, to be able to design such solutions for them. So I would encourage that if you already have AWS accounts, I would encourage that you can go ahead to log into your account. We will start off this session by having an understanding of what the cloud is. Please, I'll plead on you guys to be patient with me, because I understand that we have people on the call at different levels of expertise. So I'm going to make it to be on a level platform in such a way that those who are coming in new will be able to have a good understanding of where we're coming from and where we're going to, while it may sound so basic for those who are a bit advanced, right? But I would plead on you that learning, having these concepts revised over and over again is a way in which you can always, have them well-grounded, all right? So I would suggest that please, you can log into your AWS account. I'm connected all the way from Cameroon. So I'm doing this training from Africa, right? And I see a good number of persons on the call as well are from Africa. All right. So let me see, those who don't yet have AWS accounts. If you don't have AWS accounts, please, can you drop in the chat? If you don't yet have an account with AWS, please, can you drop in the chat? Just indicate I. You can just type I. Okay, Ruben does not have an AWS account yet. If you don't yet have an AWS account, please just drop maybe yes or I in the chat. So let's know how many persons don't yet have one. Okay, my account isn't yet verified, so I can't use the services. Okay. So AWS gives us the ability to create a free tier account where we can play around, right, like a sandbox for 12 months. Okay, so I want to know how many persons don't yet have an account, so that probably we can all try to get one. We can all try to get one as soon as possible. All right, so which means just 2 persons on the call so far don't yet have an AWS account. All right. Okay, that's fine. So let's roll it from here and dive deep into the projects. We'll begin with the theory of it. So where are we all coming from, right? Cloud computing. Where are we all coming from? If you want to have an understanding of cloud computing, right, for those who are getting this for the very first time, cloud computing is simply just defined, right, as the on-demand delivery of IT services. The on-demand delivery of IT services, right, over the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. Cloud computing is defined as the on-demand delivery of IT services over the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. What are we trying to say? We're saying that, just come to think of it, companies are providing solutions. They are solving different problems, and they want to reach out to customers globally. One of the ways in which they can do to solve these problems is by creating their own IT infrastructure, where they are able to store their data, where they are able to manage, their applications and all of that. But then it is generally very costly, all right? And there are a lot of challenges for these companies to be able to establish and run, all by themselves, taking care of the security of the IT infrastructure, taking care of the maintenance of the applications, taking care of not only the physical security, but also the total security of the application, managing their employees and all of that. But then this new technology came up, the technology of cloud computing, whereby we have some guys that are called cloud providers, right? And Amazon is the leading cloud provider in providing these IT services, right, over the internet in such a way that they have gone around the world and they have designed physical structures where they build giant supercomputers. And they tell companies that you no longer have to bother so much about building your own IT infrastructure. All you can simply do is you can leverage from what we provide for you. So we are saying that we are trying to introduce cloud computing. So we are saying introduction to cloud computing right here. All right. So we are saying introduction to cloud, right? To cloud computing. So we are saying that we first of all give a definition of what cloud computing is all about, which is the on-demand delivery of IT services over the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. So you can have access to your IT infrastructure, you can have access to your IT resources anywhere you go. Just take, for example, initially you would store your phone numbers, say, in a phone book, but right now you store your phone numbers, say, in the cloud, right? And in case you lose your phone, right, you're able to retrieve all your contacts, all your pictures, all your movies, all your audios, right? Once you install and set up your email on your new device, on your new phone. How is that possible? It's because your data, all your resources are being saved onto the Google Cloud platform. So we are able to access our IT resources irrespective of where we are. So we are saying that companies now are leveraging this particular technology, and it's a growing technology. And why should you learn cloud computing now? Because this is a technology that is trending and it's growing by the day. So in the cloud computing space, right, we have leading cloud providers, for example, Amazon. Amazon is leading on cloud computing with the company AWS. We have Microsoft, right? Microsoft on the side of Azure, Microsoft Azure, right? We have Google, okay, GCP, Google Cloud provider, Google Cloud platform, right? And then we have others like Alibaba Cloud, right? These are public cloud providers. They've been able to create this IT infrastructure, and then they tell companies that you can be able to access your IT resources over the internet, right? And now we also have some cloud providers which are private cloud providers. Now, understanding this, they are saying that they are able to host their IT infrastructure in different geographic locations across the world. That brings us to what we call the global infrastructure. Global infrastructure, right? Global infrastructure. The global infrastructure. In this global infrastructure, they have been able to distribute multiple different physical locations around the world where they build giant computer centers in such a way that companies can now host their applications in these different physical locations. And what is the reason for it? Come to think about it, if you're in Ghana and you set up your business in one physical location, what happens if you have a natural disaster that affects your company? Let's say there's a fire outbreak. Let's say there's a flood that affects your company. What happens? You are going to lose your company data. You're going to lose your entire business, right? Because you are hosting everything by yourself. But with the global infrastructure of these cloud providers now, it makes it in such a way that if there is a physical disaster, if there's a natural disaster that occurs in one physical location, you still have the possibility to access your application, to access your data, to access your content in multiple other different locations. So that's the beauty in this global infrastructure. So the nature in which Amazon operates is in a similar fashion with Microsoft, with Google, with Alibaba, and so on and so forth. So if you're able to master one cloud platform, you're able to apply similar concepts across different cloud platforms. Now, what is one of the reasons too? So we're talking about the benefits that comes with cloud computing, right? So we've talked about now these cloud providers. These are the cloud providers that we have and how they are structured. So they are structured in their global infrastructure. They have what we call regions. So they create different regions across the world where they build these giant supercomputers. And in those regions, they are able to create what we call availability zones. Availability zones. In these availability zones now, these are sub-environments in those regions where they are able to build within distance of about 200 miles, right, or 100 kilometers, physical infrastructure in such a way that if there is a disaster that affects one area, it should not necessarily affect the other physical area. That is a disaster recovery measure that is being put in place. And that idea, that concept of putting the application physically available in more than one physical location is called high availability. And like I said, the objective or the goal of this is for a disaster recovery measure and also to take the application closer to the customers in such a way that when customers are trying to reach out to the company's application, right, they will be able to access it with very, very low, what we call latency, which means that the time when you make a request to access data from the company's website, for example, and the time when you get a response, right, should be very, very minimal in order to improve on the customer's experience, in order to improve on the user's experience, right? And also, besides these availability zones, they still have other strategies put in place to take data even closer to customers by bringing in some things that we call edge locations. Edge locations, right? These edge locations help to take data even closer to customers. So we are trying to give us some of the benefits why companies are getting crazy about this cloud computing thing. Just imagine that a company has to spend billions of dollars to build a physical infrastructure, to be able to manage their personnel, to be able to manage the security, the cooldown of all those giant computers. And now they no longer have to bother about doing all of that because some other person is taking charge of that. Just imagine, like, you don't have to bother maybe buying a car yourself and maintaining the car and all of that, but you just have the possibility to be able to rent a car. Someone else is managing that car for you, right? You see that it takes away that operational overhead, and now it gives the flexibility for many startup companies to be able to, you know, get into business and be able to save costs. So that brings us to the next benefit of cloud computing, which is cost optimization or cost savings, right? So companies are able to trade that fixed cost which they had to spend in setting up the physical infrastructure. They now are able to focus on managing their businesses because some other person is taking charge of that aspect of it. So one of the other benefits of cloud computing, so we're talking about the benefits now. The benefits here, number one, we say cost savings, right? Cost saving, or we can say cost optimization. Okay. And then number two, other benefit that we've seen here is the fact that you can easily go global. We'll just touch a little around some of this. Go global in minutes. In minutes. So what are we trying to say? We are saying that just with few clicks, just having access to the AWS platform or to the Azure platform, a company can be able to host their application, say, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, in America. At the same time, they don't have to bother about going to these physical locations and building giant supercomputers again and, you know, going through all of that headache, because these cloud providers have already done the job for them, and so they are able now just to leverage from what already exists. So this is one of the benefits, you know, that comes with cloud computing, right? The next benefit that comes with cloud computing is the fact that now these cloud providers are able to provide us with all these services in different forms. There are forms in which you can be able to leverage what we call platform as a service, where you have much access to be able to provide your compute resources, manage those compute resources, right? As well as you have access to so much as far as the resources are concerned, as well as they have what we call platform as a service, where the cloud provider is going to take some charge of managing the infrastructure for you, right? As well as what we call software as a service, which means the cloud provider is able to provide a complete solution for you. Let's take, for example, we're able to attend this meeting through a Zoom platform. Using Zoom, This is already a finished product. And so companies can be able to leverage Zoom, for example, to host their meetings. They don't have to bother about creating a new tool for example, having to have their company meetings, right? They can just simply leverage what has been produced. And for example, Amazon has another tool called Amazon Chime that they use for their internal meetings. Microsoft also has a tool called Teams that is also used for their meeting. Google also has a tool called, for example, Google Meet that is used for their meetings. So these are some of the tools that have already been designed, and so companies can just leverage from these tools that have already been provided, right? And so we have many other benefits that come with cloud computing. So now today in this workshop, we want to look at how, if you want to convince a customer to be able to make use of the cloud, what is one of the solutions that you can design for these customers? So when companies are coming out to the cloud, they need different expertise. We won't go so much into all of this as far as the introduction is concerned, because we want to focus more today on being able to build this 3-tier architecture. So how does it even work? In designing a cloud space, right, we have people that are specialized in drawing the architecture, in building the architecture. Just like you want to build a house, you call someone who is called an architect. This person will first of all have to focus on designing a plan, has to draw a plan for you to be able to use. So in the cloud as well, those who have mastery of the cloud solutions, who have mastery of the cloud platforms, understand how these different solutions work, understand that companies have different business needs. For example, companies are looking for solutions to be able to store data. Companies are looking for solutions to be able to design security. Companies are looking for solutions to be able, maybe to have access to compute power, to be able to have access to other, benefits in the cloud. Now, these guys that are called solutions architects, these guys have an understanding of how the platform works, and so they are able to design a solution. So solutions architects now will have to draw a plan. And when they are drawing a plan, they have to draw a plan in two forms, right? What we call a high-level plan and a low-level plan. A high-level plan is just simply a plan that they design that has the key features of how the business model is going to work, how the solution is going to be implemented. And they are going to explain this plan or this model or this architecture, right, to the business stakeholders, to the company owners, right? Because they are not too interested in having so much detail, of everything in how the cloud platform operates. But then there are other guys that will be interested in having all the details of the project. And so the other type of the architecture that will be designed is called the low-level document, the low-level design. That low-level design now has all the details. And those details are important. Say, for example, you want to build a house, you design, all those details are necessary for the engineers that will actually have to implement that project. So these architects are going to design, like I said, high-level document, right? As well as we have low-level document. This low-level document is for the engineers that have to implement the solutions. And so that brings us to the next team of guys. We have what we call the cloud engineers, right? So this is a career path. If you're that kind of person who likes to get your hands dirty, if you're that kind of person who likes to implement, if you're that kind of person who likes to be in the back end to implement the projects, you want to get your hands dirty, right? You like to work on stuff, right? Then the engineering path could be one that will catch your interest. If you're that kind of person that loves to convince customers, you love business, you like to explain stuff, you like to be in meetings, solutions architects are more inclined towards that career path, right? As far as the cloud is concerned. So the engineers now are more into the side of implementing. And also, we have these guys, number 3, we have like DevOps engineers. There are many pathways, DevOps engineers. These guys, right, are trying to connect those who are going to build the code. And it's important to know that if you're here, maybe you're trying to get into the industry of cloud computing, right? You must not have a background in IT, and you must not have a strong background in writing code. So do not be scared, maybe if you don't know how to write code, maybe with programming languages like Python, Java, and so on, because they're going to also be a team of engineers, right? Like the developers who are going to be writing those codes. But DevOps engineers will now be helping to connect those who are writing the code, right? And then deploying, which means making the code available for end users. So DevOps engineers try to make the process kind of, seamless, right? Connecting these two group of persons together. So, but then they have to have a kind of an understanding of how the code is written and how to deploy it. And they help to automate the process, right? They help to bring in automation. So if you're that kind of person who also likes to get your hands dirty, you also maybe want to look at this career path, right? The next career path that you may want to look at, for example, is maybe a security engineer. Security engineer. These are the guys, like the name says, security. They are more interested in the security side of things, right? And it's worth noting that when it comes to security, there are two types of security. There's what we call security in the cloud. Security in the cloud means that securing the application that is hosted in the cloud provider, right? The cloud platform. And it's what we call security of the cloud, which means securing the physical security, like having security guards, making sure that there's a fence around the data centers and all of that. That security of the cloud is actually offered by the cloud provider like Amazon. They take charge of that. So this is what we call like a shared responsibility model. The cloud provider also has some responsibility in providing security, but these security engineers now, they have to have an understanding of how to secure the application itself. For example, things like making sure that when data has to be transferred across the platform, no matter whether the data is stored in the cloud or out of the cloud, right? Or moving across the cloud, it should be, for example, encrypted, which means that it should be masked in such a way that we cannot have maybe attackers being able or hackers being able to breach into that data that is being transferred. And also there are many other security tools that are being employed. So security engineers are more concerned around this. So this is just 4 of the different career paths that you can have, but the day-to-day activities are seamless. And it's good to know that these different career paths are not isolated, which means that you don't just work in isolation. So they have to collaborate. There is constant and continuous collaboration in the cloud. And when you hear the word cloud, don't think that maybe it's just something in space. No, it's not in space. It means that there is a physical location that is hosting these applications. But then we are just simply accessing all of this, right, over the internet. So this is just having a background of where we are coming from and why cloud computing is important now, and why it's important to understand how to design a solution for clients using a 3-tier architecture. When we say 3-tier architecture, what actually do we mean? We are saying that every application has different layers. Guys, before I move on, is the foundation good so far? Just drop in the chat. Just drop a yes in the chat. Just drop in the chat, please. Let me know that we are together. I don't just want to go straight into designing without giving us a background so that we understand exactly where we are coming from. And I will create your indulgence to be as focused as possible so that we are able to connect the dots. Once you're able to connect the dots, know that there are a lot of fancy things in the cloud, but what is important, right, is understanding the basics. Once you understand the basics, you are able to learn just anything. Just anything. There is that challenge to be overwhelmed with so much out there in the cloud, and you may be confused of where to start or how to start. But I want to plead on us to focus on learning the basics. Once you understand the basics, you're good to go, guys. Yeah. So this is the foundation. So the cloud just simply means it's over the internet. You can access from anywhere. That's the reason why so many people are obsessed on learning the cloud now. Why? Because you're able to get a remote job and you're able to help these companies. That's why they're able to save costs, right? They must not necessarily focus on you being able to work on premise with them, but you're able to work from any physical location. Why? Because you can access their resources from anywhere. So now, what are the different parts of an application that are very important? Before we go into the different parts of an application, I want to let us know that AWS has over 200 plus different services. They have over 200 plus different services. So is it mandatory that we should master all the 200 services? No, it's overwhelming. So what are the basic services that you need to at least know to your fingertips? there are 5 foundational services in AWS which you need to understand. Once you understand these 5 foundational services, you can now apply in understanding other services. Number 1, the first service we have is what we call IAM, Identity and Access Management. This is the service that will be able to give us the opportunity to manage users in the environment. Just like wherever you work, you need to be authorized to be able to do whatever in the company. For example, where you work, depending on your job description, right, you have some job duties. And those, based on your job description, you have a certain level of permissions in that company. So IAM stands for Identity and Access Management, where this tool, for example, in AWS, is used to manage users, used to manage access into the cloud environment. So you need to be given the right authorization. And for example, you need to have access to your account, like you need to have a username, a password to be able to log into your account. And there are other ways in which you're able to connect to your account as well in the cloud. We won't go deep into that right now. Number 2 service is what we call, for example, storage. The cloud providers also provide storage, like in AWS, we have a storage service called Simple Storage Service. Simple Storage Service, S3. This S3 platform helps us to be able to store our data, and you can access it from anywhere, right? And it also gives us the possibility to be able to post what we call static websites. This is a cheap storage solution that AWS offers, right? Number 3 solution that we have is what we call networking. And here AWS offers what we call VPC, Virtual Private Cloud, and other components. How do you design a secure network? This is a foundational set. How do you design a secure network? So here now we're going to be designing a secure network for ourselves in such a way that we're able to access our resources. And these resources, for example, can be able to talk to each other across the internet using unique identifiers called IP addresses. So we'll see how we're able to set all of that up. And then number 4 is what we call compute. Compute, here AWS provides what we call EC2. EC2 is for our compute resources, right? So we can use this. These are like synonymous to what we call virtual machines, or we can call them instances, right? EC2 instances. So you can launch a virtual machine remotely and be able to, have access to these resources. So number 5 is what we call databases. So just like the name says, database will help us to be able to store our data. So these are the 5 foundational services of AWS, and there are many other services. So in designing our solution now, we'll make sure that we are able to bring in various components into this solution design. And one of the best practices which we're going to bring in are things like, number 1, we want to make sure that we bring in cost optimization. Number 2, we want to make sure that we bring in things like high availability. High availability, like I said, it means that we want to make our application available in more than one physical location in such a way that in case there is a disaster on one, in case there is a challenge on one physical location, the application is still available in another physical location, right? Number 3, we want to ensure things like security. So we want to make sure that we are designing this application in a very secure manner. We put the different security measures. Number 4, we want to think about things like performance optimization, and so on. So we want to build robust solutions that are highly performant, that are able to meet client needs, and many more. So now, having this understanding of this background, how are we able to design an application that clients are able to access from anywhere, putting in these best practices? Now, a 3-tier architecture is one of such architectures that is used to modernize an application that gives us the possibility now to be able to access, our resources in any part of the world. So now, in designing this 3-tier architecture, if we're able to grab this, able to design this 3-tier architecture, what are the different components of this 3-tier architecture? The first one is, for every application, the first phase, the first location, let me share this with you guys. We're going to be following through this. So I'll drop this in the chat right now. You can access this documentation. Right. You can access the documentation. So the first phase of the application that we're going to design is what we call, so phases of an application, right? So the parts of the application, parts of an application on a high level. The parts of an application on a high level, we want to look at the different parts, different components of an application. When you go to Amazon, for example, or maybe most of you saw this workshop notification, maybe on WhatsApp, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, right? Now, that part of the application that you see that is presented to you is called the presentation layer. It's called the first layer, right? So I'll plead on you guys to be able to, if you have questions, you can write down those questions, right? And then we're going to intermittently request that you can ask those questions, and we're able to give responses to them. So the first phase, or the first part of an application, right, that we want to be able to have access to is called the presentation layer, right? The presentation layer, or it's also called, number one, the web tier. The web tier. So this web tier is that part of the application, right? Is that phase of the application where it gives the user the front end, right? The presentation layer. So this web tier is called the presentation layer. Presentation. So we have some engineers that are called front-end engineers. They are going to write the code using certain programming languages for the front end of the application in such a way that users are able to have that beautiful display. Probably you're going to request for it to maybe put in your username, put in your password, all those login details. That is the front end of the application, right? The web tier. Now, when you want to maybe access, say, your accounts, and you're requested to put in your username, your password, maybe your email address, and you insert those details, the next phase of the application is one in which is going to process whatever you're putting in. And so that processing phase, number two, is called the app tier of the application. This is for application logic. Application logic. So it has to process that request. It has to process whatever you put in, right? And once it processes, what it now has to do is that it has to retrieve. Let's take, for example, if you're trying to access your Facebook account, you're trying to access your WhatsApp account, you're trying to maybe access your LinkedIn account, and it requests for your username and your password. The moment you insert that, right, it's supposed to be stored somewhere in the back end. And wherever it is stored, right, is the database. It's the database end of the application. So number three phase of the application, or the part of the application, right, is called the database tier. Database tier. So this database tier is actually where we have data stored. Data stored. So data is stored in this database tier. So we are trying to separate the application in three different layers in such a way that if one layer, for example, there are various benefits for separating this application in different layers. If there is need to scale maybe just the web tier, or maybe there is need to scale, right, or which means to improve upon the app tier, we can do it independent of the other layers, right? If there's need to improve upon the database tier, maybe so much data has to be stored, right? And we need to increase the capacity or the storage volume of the database. We can do that only for the database. So this nature of breaking down the application into three different layers, right, comes with a lot of benefits for every client. That's the reason why you want to design such a solution, because initially, before this 3-tier architecture came into play, right, companies were hosting their application all on just one server or just one EC2 instance, right, in such a way that all these different layers are hosted on a single computer. And the difficulty or the challenge with that is that in case that particular resource has a challenge and it goes down, it therefore means you're able to lose all aspects of your application. But now segregating or separating them into different layers comes with a benefit in such a way that in case a single layer is affected, the other layers are not affected. And so you're able to troubleshoot and solve an issue, solve a challenge with just a specific layer of the application. And also, breaking down the application into different layers like this gives us the ability to provide security at different levels. So you can implement different security measures, right, at each of these layers. And as you implement security measures at each of these layers, it's a way of, increasing the overall security of your application. It makes your application more difficult for intruders to be able to break into it. That's the reason why it's important for us to understand this 3-tier architecture, because you can use this 3-tier architecture to have a good conversation in an interview for a client who maybe is hosting all of their application onto one resource, right? And now they're able to separate it into different resources. And now you're giving them the benefits or the reasons why they are, it's important to make use of this 3-tier architecture. So now in our project of today, we are going to take a look at this particular 3-tier architecture, which I've just shared with you guys, right? So this is our 3-tier architecture. So how does this 3-tier architecture work? We've designed a 3-tier architecture like this. How does it work? The very first thing is that each and every one of us, guys, look closely onto your screen. Before we go deep into this, is it good up to this point, guys? Just indicate the chat, let me know. Is it good up to this point as we're about to delve into the 3-tier architecture project itself? Good. We're about to get now properly into the 3-tier architecture. I want to see how it works. I want to now implement the project ourselves. Okay. Good. So now we are here as clients. So a company is hosting their application in Amazon. And once this company is hosting application in Amazon, for example, and you want to design this solution, yes, we are getting into the 3-tier. So the 3-tier means that, like I said, the 3-tier means that the various tiers, the first tier is the web tier, which is the presentation tier. Whatever you see when you try to access an application online, maybe say LinkedIn, maybe say WhatsApp, maybe say Facebook, Zoom, whatever is displayed to you is the presentation layer. It is a web layer. It is a user interface layer, right? That user interface layer is web tier. So we are hosting it now in a separate physical location, separate entities. The second tier now, which is called the app tier, its responsibility is to process the logic. Whenever you input, let's say, for example, you want to shop, you go on Amazon.com and you want to shop, right? You see maybe shoes presented on Amazon.com website, you see dresses presented on Amazon.com website, and then you want to shop, you select those individual items you want to shop. The moment you select them, right, as soon as you select, there is a logic in the back end that helps to process your request. And that layer that helps to process your request is called the application logic layer. So we are putting in the application code in the second tier, which is called the app tier. But then those shoes which you see displayed, those movies which you see displayed, they are stored somewhere in the back end. Those details are stored somewhere in the back end, for example. And that back end where we have that storage, right, for example, is the database tier. So we are separating each of these into different layers. And we are saying that each of these components now gives us the possibility to be able to scale each and every one of them at each point in time, depending on the need. So if we need to scale, scaling means that maybe there's an increase in the amount of traffic coming to the application, and we need to provide more resources to host the application, or to host the traffic, or to host the customers, right? Or the amount of clients trying to reach out to the application is dropping, and we need to terminate, or we need to reduce the amount of resources. Now we're able to do that at the individual levels, right? Say, for example, on weekends, more people are going to be watching movies on Netflix compared to maybe working days where they're at work. So in that case, it therefore means that on weekends, Netflix needs to make available more resources to be able to accommodate or to be able to withstand more clients that are trying to watch movies. Or let's say, for example, Amazon, on Christmas period, or maybe say those in the US, Black Friday periods, right? When more people are trying to shop, because more people are trying to shop onto the app, onto the website, they need to make available different resources to be able to accommodate that increase in traffic. So now we also said that we want to design these solutions in an automated fashion, or in a fashion that is able to automatically scale. So in our project today, we are going to be leveraging a solution that is able to automatically scale or automatically increase or reduce resources depending on the need, right? So now, coming back to our architecture diagram here, which we've drawn, for those who are just joining, or drop once again, this is the documentation which I've been able to design for us. We have this run book which we're going to follow, right? And we said that in this architecture, once we have our end customers who are trying to reach out to the application, right, our end clients, the first things we need a solution that will be able to help them, route traffic or to be able to direct traffic, right, to our application. And now in designing this, we move over to the AWS cloud here in AWS. While in AWS cloud now, we're able to choose a specific region. We talk about the AWS global infrastructure. We have regions. We have different regions, right? Multiple regions. And the region we're going to use here, for example, is North Virginia. US is one region. And within the region, we're going to design our segregated environment, just like maybe, for example, you're in Ghana, you're in Cameroon, you're in the US. Wherever you live, right, you have maybe a fence around your house. That fence around your house, for example, is like your VPC, your virtual private cloud. It's a segregated environment for you where you're able to host your resources. And now in your VPC, right, what do we design? We're not able to design what we call high availability. And in this workshop, in this scenario, we're going to use two availability zones. Here we have US East 1 and we have US East 2. These are two separate physical locations where we're going to be deploying our application into. And deploying this application into these two different physical locations, right? US East 1A and US East 1B. Now, we want to host our application in different layers, the 3-tier action now. The first tier of the application, like we said, the web tier. This is the tier that is going to have our end users to be able to view our application, the front end. And now we're going to host it, say, in a public subnet. Just like, for example, in your house. In your house, right, when somebody gets in, for example, into your house, they can have access, for example, into your parlor, where they can view whatever you have in your parlor. But then not everybody that gets into your parlor can have access into your rooms. Your room is, for example, like a private space, right? Like a private environment. So in that private environment now, in this scenario, for example, our app tier and our database layer, these two layers are the private layers. These two layers are the private layers, guys. These two layers are the private layers where you want to ensure that people from the outside cannot have access to. Just take, for example, imagine you are able to know maybe how much Netflix makes in a year, or you're able to know how much Netflix makes in a month or in a day. That data is critical for Netflix for doing their business. So they don't have their end customers to be able to have access to that information. That's the reason why they will store that information in a private location, which is called their database. It's just like in your house, you will store your treasures in private locations, and only authorized users or authorized people that come into your house can have access into such locations. The same thing happens to the company application, right? Only those who are working in the company, internal users that have the right permission, can have access into this environment. So that's the reason why our app tier, our app layer, and the database layer are hosted in private subnets, guys. But when it comes now to the public subnet, we are going to host our web tier because we want our end users to be able to have access to the application, right? Now, we said that we are hosting each of these in separate layers. What is the next that is important to be able to balance traffic that is, coming in? Take, for example, you go into a supermarket. Once you get into a supermarket, probably there's somebody at the front end of the supermarket that is helping to direct customers who are coming to the supermarket to say, hey, this client, this table or this person is available to serve you. Go to this shelf or this counter. This person is available to serve you. These different physical persons are available to serve you. The same thing happens here with our application. We bring in some resources we call load balancers. Load balancers. A load balancer, the job of a load balancer is to balance traffic in such a way that maybe you don't have 10 people that are coming to buy in the shop, for example, and everybody is going to one person, that one person is going to be overworked, right? That one person is going to be overburdened. So in this same scenario, for example, if you have your application that is hosted on this virtual computer here or this EC2 instance, if every client is sent to be served by this computer here, it is going to overwork this computer. So we are saying that we want somebody to stand in front here who is called a load balancer. And this load balancer is called the front-end load balancer. This front-end load balancer is going to help us to balance the traffic that goes into our application tier, the front-end tier, right? That is the job of the front-end load balancer. Now, once it balances the traffic that goes into our web tier, this web tier now, we said that there has to be another layer that has to process, the logic. And that tier is called our web tier. This web tier is in the second layer. Also, we need somebody in the back end that will be able to help balance traffic that goes into these individual layers. And that guy in the back end is called a back end load balancer. So we can now employ or can now create a back end load balancer here that will receive traffic, guys. The back end load balancer will receive traffic from the web tier. Once it receives traffic from the web tier or from the front end, it will now route the traffic, or it's now going to distribute the traffic to the back end application layer, or the app layer. Now, once the app layer receives this traffic, what happens is that both of them, both environments, are going to now store their data onto one database, which we call a primary database. So we can now direct the data to be stored in a primary database, but then in the other physical location, we are also able to create what we call a standby database. This standby database helps in such a way that in case this primary database fails, if there's a challenge on this primary database, right, what happens is the standby database or the secondary database can now be promoted to be able to now become the primary database and now serve our clients. So there is a way in which data is being replicated or is being copied and pasted continuously or simultaneously onto our standby database. That's called replication, right? It's called replication. So these two databases are in constant communication. So if one fails, right, the other is able to take charge. Guys, and note that in this 3-tier architecture, in this specific design, we are using 2 availability zones. AWS recommends that we should use at least 2 availability zones to be able to deploy our application. But we can also make use of 3 availability zones to be able to deploy. But in this particular scenario, we are making use of 2 availability zones, right? And now, what is one of the key things, guys? We said one of the key things also that we need to employ is the fact that we need to be able to put in a measure that can automatically scale each of these individual layers. So what is the solution that AWS provides for us to be able to scale these individual layers, guys? The solution is called auto-scaling. So we are able to create what we call auto-scaling groups. We're able to create auto-scaling groups. These auto-scaling groups will help us to automatically scale, either increase the number of servers or reduce the number of servers, depending on the amount of traffic that comes to the application, right? So that is the job of the auto-scaling group. The auto-scaling group is able to monitor. It has that intelligence to be able to monitor that so much traffic is coming in. And how does it monitor, guys? How does it monitor? We are the ones that are able to specify some specific components of the application. For example, we're able to specify things like the CPU utilization. If the CPU utilization, for example, is increasing so much because of so much traffic coming to the application, it's able to detect and now increase the amount of resources. So we are the ones who specify that. But then this load balancer that we have here, our load balancer, whether the front-end load balancer or the back-end load balancer, also has some capabilities that are imbibed in it, that are designed onto it. And one of those capabilities that are imbibed onto the load balancer is what we call health checks, guys. Health checks. The load balancer has the possibility to identify the health of the computers in the back end connected to it. What is the use? Let's take, for example, the scenario again in a supermarket. It would not make sense for the person who is standing at the front end receiving customers to send these customers to a service, to somebody serving in the back end who is sick, right? If that person is sick, it is important that we can tell the person maybe to go home and have some rest, while those who are still strong enough should be available in front to serve clients. So that's the same thing that happens here with the cloud, guys. The load balancers are able to send requests and get responses. We call it pinging, right? It's able to ping those instances, able to send requests and get responses to be able to identify if the compute resources themselves are healthy or not. If it is not healthy, it will not send traffic to the resource. But if it is healthy, it will now be able to send traffic to the resource, right? For it to be able to serve the clients. So that is the job of this load balancer. Like we said, we have front-end load balancers and we have back-end load balancers. And there are different types of load balancers. But in our workshop today, we will use one of the load balancers that AWS provides, which is called the application load balancer. We have other load balancers like the network load balancer, gateway load balancers, but we won't go into those details, right? But today in our workshop, we are going to make use of the application load balancer. And it comes with these capabilities, guys. Now, how are clients even able to access this application from the internet? What gives room for traffic to come in from the internet? It's very important to identify that. It's just like you build a fence around your house and somebody wants to come into your house. The question is, how can you grant them access into your house, guys? Drop in the chat. Through what means can someone get into your house from the outside if you have a fence around your house? What is the channel that you're going to permit them to be able to use to get into your house? Drop in the chat, guys. To get into your house, where you live, in your house. A door, okay, if you have a fence around your house, what access can you give them to get into your house? A gate, exactly. A gate, right? Perfect. The gates, right? The gates into your house. Now, in the cloud, guys, these cloud providers also provide what we call the gateway. So in AWS, the internet gateway is the gateway to the internet. So we have to create an internet gateway that connects our end users to be able to have access into our cloud platform, guys, into our VPC. So the internet gateway grants them access into the VPC. So we're going to provision one, and this internet gateway has a one-to-one relationship with our VPC. So it's attached, it's directly attached. So if you have that gateway and it is not attached, then your end users cannot have access into your environment. Now, they have been able to successfully get into your environment. What is one of the security measures that we can put in? A security measure we can put in is what we call security groups. Security groups will help us to protect the individual resources within the subnet. So we can apply security groups at the level of the public subnet or the private subnet, whichever of them, right? So these security groups, as we see here in red thick lines, right? These security groups, we're going to create them around the individual resources. And in such a way that we want to permit just specific types of traffic to get into our application, guys. So we have to create that in such a way that if a particular traffic is not authorized to get in, right, it will not be able to get in. So only authorized traffic can get in. So these security groups are applied at all the subnet levels, right, within the resources. So it's like a firewall. It's called firewalls around the individual resources. But now, because we can host different resources within the subnets, we now create security groups around those individual subnets, right? It's just like you build your house, and inside of your house, you have different rooms. We said your part of the public subnet, your living room could be like, your bedroom can be like the private subnet. But in those subnets now, you protect those individual resources you have within the subnet. But now, just for somebody to be able to get into your room, the person needs access through a door. And that access through a door is, for example, in this case, we call it a NACL, Network Access Control List, right? So a NACL is a firewall. I've not indicated here, such that our architecture should not be very cumbersome. So that NACL is going to protect us. It's a firewall that gives entrance into the subnet. But once you get now inside of the subnet, we now protect those individual resources. Once you open the door and get into the room, each individual resource within the room now has its own protection, right, which is called the security group, right? So that's what we have right there. And now, the next thing I want to do is at the level of distributing traffic. Let's say, for example, you want to access our website. You go to www.solavisetech.com. We could have a resource at the front end that helps to be able to host that domain name. In this case, for example, AWS provides what we call Route 53. Route 53 helps us to be able to host our domain name, right? And it can help us to be able to route traffic or distribute traffic to different locations. At the level of this Route 53, we can be able to apply other security measures, right? We can use certificates to be able to protect, right, our data in such a way that, for example, if we have maybe say hackers that are trying to access our application, right, and sending a lot of requests onto our application, we can be able to apply a security measure here called WAF, right? It's a firewall or tool that we can be able to apply at the level of Route 53, right? So we can enable WAF. WAF is going to help us protect our application at level of Route 53. So this is going to help us to be able to route traffic, and it helps us to be able to do what? To host our domain. But also there are other services we can bring in, like for content delivery. We can bring a service like CloudFront that will help us distribute our content, right? Take it closer. We talk about edge locations at the onset. CloudFront can help us to but on this architecture, we have not applied that. Like I said, we can bring in different solutions onto the same architecture. And so as you can see here to the right, we have IAM service that will be able to help to manage our users, grant access into the environment. We have key management service, right? That we can use this service, right, for encryption. We can use to manage data encryption. Encryption, like we said, is a way in which we want to protect our data. When that data is in transit, take for example, if you go to any website, let's take for example here, we have the AWS website here, right? Or let's say Amazon.com. Once we access Amazon.com, right, this particular website actually is protected. If you see here, if I send this URL in the chat, we see it comes with an HTTPS, right? It comes with an HTTPS, right? The S there represents the fact that it is actually a secure traffic. So we can be able to encrypt our data, whether in transit or at rest. At rest means that while it is sitting within the cloud provider, right? And also the next feature, the next best practice, right? We can be able to put in a monitoring system in the environment. Just like, for example, you build your house and you put in security cameras. Those security cameras will help you to be able to monitor whatever is happening in your environment, right? So we can also enable what we call CloudWatch here. CloudWatch can help us to be able to watch our environment. So CloudWatch is one of the tools that we can also apply here, right? And then also, this project for today, we are going to implement this project in a manual pattern, which means that we will create these resources manually. But it's also important to know that we can automate the process of provisioning this infrastructure, which means we can design all of this in the form of a code. We can actually write the code. And one of the locations where we can store that code, right, is called S3. We discuss about storage. So we can store the code in S3, right, S3 bucket, as well as we can also store it in other solutions like GitHub, right? S3 here, for example, is private on the side of AWS, right? But GitHub, for example, is, say, an open source tool, right? It's public out there, it's an open source tool where we're able to store. Companies can make it, they can also have their private accounts within the GitHub solution, as well as they can also store the code within a public GitHub account, right? So these are just some of the services that we have right here. And also on this architecture, I can see these applications that we have hosted in these different tiers. From time to time, because of continuous improvement in the application code, there is need for consistent updates. And how can we have these updates done, right, guys? The application that is hosted in the public subnet can automatically get updates from the internet. Why? Because it is located within the public subnet. So it can have direct access. But then, what about those resources that are within the private subnets that don't have direct access to the internet, like our apps here and our database. This now would be able to have those updates from the internet through other resources, like you can see here in the public subnet, we call them the NAT gateway. So the NAT gateway helps us to be able to translate the private IP addresses of our resources within the private subnets to be able to move to the internet, get updates, and then revert back. So it only gives a one-way or a unidirectional way for traffic movement, right, for our resources. So the NAT gateway here is created within the public subnet, and the job of this NAT gateway is to be able to assist the resources in the private subnets get updates and patches from the internet. There are other components in this architecture which we don't have on this design document, right? But then, which are very important and will be specified in the low-level design of the document, right? And what are those components? For example, when we say route traffic, when we say give direction to traffic, when we say give direction to how traffic moves, right? We have to create a table. It's called a route table. So we're going to have route tables, and those route tables have to be associated or connected to these subnets. And on top of those route tables, we are going to create what we call routes. Those routes will now help us to be able to give direction to traffic. It's just another person will say, okay, once traffic comes or once data comes in, right, go to this individual location, go to this individual location. So that is the job of the routes. Routes help us to route traffic to specific paths. And these routes are created on top of route tables. And these route tables need to be associated to the subnets. If you create the route tables and they are not associated to the subnets, you will not be able to route traffic to the specific locations. And so having this understanding now, in case you're trying to access an application, and say, for example, in an interview, you're requested to maybe troubleshoot, say, a scenario where you're unable to access an application. What are the different layers at which we are able to troubleshoot? Having this understanding one layer at a time, we are now able to identify where a possible challenge could be, right? So now, guys, this is a high-level overview of this project which we're going to implement today, right? Let me take a pause at this moment and find out from you guys if you have any questions. If you have a question, please, you can either drop in the chat or you can raise your hand, and then we're going to request you to ask your question, guys. So far, is the flow good, please? Is the flow good so far?
Yes, yes. You are doing amazing. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Kwao. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome.
Awesome.
So this session is a good revision for maybe those who have had experience in the cloud, as well as those who are still coming as novices in the cloud, right? Yeah, so we're trying to make it that straightforward. Awesome. So any questions up to this point, guys, before we now go into implementing the project itself? Do we have any questions? Okay, so similarly, it's very, very well understood, right? So we don't have any questions up to this point. So right now,
Stanley has a question. Stanley has a question.
Okay, Stanley, yes, you have the mic, please. Hello, Stanley. You have a question, please?
Stanley, we can't hear you. Check your volume.
So for those who are just joining, we are going to follow this runbook, which is designed. Eric, please, if you can drop the runbook again.
Hello.
Yes, Stanley.
Can you get me now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Samba. I really appreciate this training. I'm getting a lot of value from it. I wanted to find out at the level of auto scaling. So auto scaling doesn't mean like more of that resource and more of that resource is provided when the need arises. And if yes, does it relate to the cost of that resource as well?
Great question. Great question. So now, before I give a response to your question, let's take a typical scenario. Let's say you are a company owner, You're in Ghana, you're a company owner, for example. And now you build a physical infrastructure to be able to host your compute resources. You have a data center. You are serving clients. Let's say that you were anticipating that you're going to be having, let's say, 100 customers in a month. And so you went ahead to purchase resources that can host 100 customers. Now, what if at some point you start having 500 customers per month? It means that they are going to overwhelm your application because you have too many customers trying to reach your application, right? Compared to the available amount of resources to serve them. That means that you had a challenge of what we call underestimation. You could have a similar scenario whereby you were anticipating to have maybe say 500 customers. You went ahead to buy so many resources to host 500 customers per month, but at the end of the day, what is happening? You are not having just 50 or 100. It means that you will have a lot of idle resources to serve those clients. Agree? Because you bought more resources compared to what is available compared to the traffic. Now, because you're operating on-premise, you're managing all of that yourself, you have that challenge where you may spend too much or you may spend less. Now, think about another scenario whereby, okay, you went ahead to buy less resources and you have more traffic. Now you go out to the market to buy more resources to adapt to that amount of traffic. You don't have that flexibility to go ahead and buy those resources just in a day because maybe more traffic is coming in now. You can't just go to the market and buy it, right? It will take some time to make those decisions, right? And go make the purchase. All of that delay is bringing down business for your clients. And now you've gone and bought in more resources, but you come back and what happens? The amount of clients still drops. Does it mean they have to go back and sell those resources? So that challenge is what the cloud is solving here in such a way that you can put in place an automated system. And once you're designing this, the nature of the compute resources you're purchasing, you are only paying for what you need. It's called a pay-as-you-go model. You choose just the right kind of resources, which means that, like now in this project, we are going to provision our virtual computers or our EC2 instances. We will decide the sizes that we need in such a way that, for example, you don't go and buy a laptop that is 1 tera, that you don't need 1 tera capacity. You're wasting money, right? Probably in that entire 1 tera, you only need maybe 100 megabytes or 100 gigabytes or 500 gigabytes. And then you purchase 1 tera, you're wasting money, right? So in this case now, we are going to do what we call right sizing our resources. Right sizing now means that you are paying just the right amount of money you need. And so once you're designing our auto scaling now, we will be able to choose the type of those resources. And the type of those resources also is connected to the costs. So that answers your question of the cost of the resources that we're going to be automatically scaling. So you're purchasing just the right cost. I don't know if I've been able to give a response to your question, Stan.
Yes, thank you very much. I've gotten the clarity.
You're welcome. Any other questions, please? All right. So if there are no questions, guys, I would like us to go right away. The moment we're going to begin this project, we're going to go straight away right to the end. So in that light, because it's designed for the next 3 to 4 hours, let's log into our AWS accounts. Please, right now, how many people don't yet have AWS accounts, please? If you don't yet have AWS accounts, just drop maybe an I in the chat. And you're actually connected on your computer with this project. Just drop I in the chat. Let's see how many persons. So we know if there is need to create a basic account as soon as possible. So Victor doesn't have, Eric, let me go ahead and share this. I don't know if you can just walk those who don't have, so I've equally designed a runbook, right, on how to create an AWS account. So for those who don't have an AWS account, those who already have one, please just kindly log into your accounts, right? And now, because of the brevity of time, we are just going to implement with the root users. So Eric, please, you kindly run through those who don't have accounts to create a basic account as soon as possible. Then we can move into our projects. So this is a run book. To be able to create a basic AWS account is pretty simple, right? Within the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes. While those who already have one, you can take this moment to maybe have a little break, right? And then we walk through those who don't have an account to be able to create one. So Eric, you have the mic, please, while I'm able to equally grab a glass of water on the other end, and I'll see you guys in the next 10 minutes to continue with the actual implementation of the project. Thank you all, and see you in the next 10 to 15 minutes, guys, as we implement the project itself.
All right. Thank you, Doc. Okay, guys, for those who don't yet have their account created,
maybe
just
one person
open
can
the
share the
runbook
account. Maybe one person can share their screen, and then let me enable screen sharing on this end. Okay, screen sharing is enabled, so you can maybe guide one person can share their screen, and then you can walk them through. Thank you.
Absolutely. Kweku, please, can you share your screen? Are you able to share a screen? Kweku, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay, all right. Just share a screen so that we do it right away.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, do you see the grid? Okay, great, great. That's awesome.
Okay.
We can't see a screen.
Can I see my screen?
It's sharing, but we can't see it. Okay, all right, yeah, we can see now. So can you go to your browser? Just which browser do you use? Do you use Chrome or Firefox?
Chrome.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then okay, go to Chrome right away. Just open the browser.
Can I see?
We can't see it. Can you bring it? Okay, great, great, great. Okay, so just copy this link, the link I've shared here on the chat. I've taken it from the runbook. So just open that link on your browser. The link I just posted on the chat right now. Or you can copy it and put on your browser, all the same. Copy it and put it on a new tab in your browser. Are you able to copy and paste it on your browser on a new tab?
I think my network is slow.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let's just hold on for a moment so that it loads. Okay, Stanley, if you are just joining, well, we are creating the account for Kweku. In case, do you have an AWS account, Stanley? For those who don't yet have AWS accounts, if you don't have an AWS account, just click on the link which shared on the chat. Okay, Stanley, okay, that's fine. Kweku, we lost you. We lost your screen. Can you share back? Please, are you able to reshare your screen? Can you hear us? Kweku, can you hear us? Just reshare your screen so that we can take you through. It's like you're having some network issues. Your line is breaking. Okay, guys, while Kweku is trying to get his connection back, is there anyone else who doesn't have the account? Just go right away and share your screen while Kweku is trying to get his connection back. Okay, Victor, all right. So for personal, please. Oh, we lost you. Okay. Yeah, just proceed. Yeah. Okay, you can stop sharing and put in your personal details so that we shouldn't see it. Okay. Yeah, just stop sharing so you key in your details. That's confidential, right? Thank you. So when you're done, just share back so that we round up. Okay, Victor, when you're done, just share back your screen, okay, so that we round up. So while we're waiting for Victor, let's just get our AWS environment set. Victor, is everything okay? Victor, are you there, please? Just let us know.
I think I have a little issue. I'll resolve it in a few minutes time and get back to you, please.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Hello, sorry.
Okay, Kweku, you're back?
Oh, sorry, my network.
No, it's fine, it's fine. So, can you share your screen?
Okay.
Sure.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but it seems it's coming. In a while, I think we're ready. Okay, great. So we have you now. So go to create a free account. Click on create a free account. Do you see that? Yes, please.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So you should enter your email address. The one you know is working, okay? Your active email address.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You're having some network issues there. Okay, yeah. So enter your active email address here.
Account name. Should I use any name?
The account name, you can put your name, okay? Yes, you can put Kweku. Sure. Have you input the email address?
Yes.
Okay, all right. It's probably network, we can't see it. All right, go to verify email address. Click on verify email address. So once you do that, AWS is going to send your verification code to that email. So check it and copy it and paste it here. Are you able to, have you seen the code?
Hello. I think I have an existing account.
You have an existing account?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You created an account before?
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Okay, that means probably you were just supposed to sign into an existing account, right? So kindly go back, scroll up.
Yes, yes.
Scroll up, okay? Yes, scroll up.
I should go back.
Scroll up where you have.
Go up?
Yes, scroll up. Scroll up, scroll up. Go up. Can you scroll a bit down? Okay, that's fine. Just log back into the website again. You're having some very high latency there. So let's just be patient so that we get his account ready.
Okay, Stanley, please, can I choose basic support free?
No, just select sign in, right? Since you already have an account.
No, this is Wise.
Okay, Wise. All right. Okay. You created an account?
Yes, I've gotten to sign up for the AWS select support plan. Should I choose support basic support free?
Yes, basic support free. Yes, basic free, because we are creating a free account.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I have congratulations. Thank you for signing up for AWS.
Awesome. That's great. That's good. So just chill while we round up with Kweku.
Okay.
Yes. That's awesome. Fantastic. Okay, Kweku. Apparently, it seems you have a good account, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so enter the email here.
The root user.
Yes, the root user email address. Yes. Enter it here. Okay, let's try and round up quick so that we can start right away. Okay, click next. Yes, please. Okay. Do you remember the password?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect. That's great. That's great. Fantastic. Okay, verify your email. It seems your email is not verified. Kindly verify your email.
Okay, okay.
Well, guys, let's just be patient. We're starting in a few minutes, so we can carry everybody along. The network is really problem, right? So let's just be patient. Have you received a notification?
No.
Okay, let's just wait for a while. There of network issue. Let's wait for a while. Has the page opened on your side? Because we can't see it from here. Has anything opened from your end?
Nothing has opened.
Okay, it seems it's trying to sign in. The network is really bad. Then check the code we've sent to you. just copy it and paste it here. Is it good?
Yes, good. That's now open.
Okay. It has opened.
Yes, that's open.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, guys, great. Since Kweku's environment is already set up, we are just going to start right away. Okay, Dr. Samba, you can now take over.
Absolutely. Thank you very much,
Thank you very
Eric.
much.
Appreciate it. Okay, thank you very much, Eric.
Welcome, Kweku. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So let's now go into getting our hands dirty, right? Let's implement what we've been discussing so far. We've had a conversation around the architecture, and right now we want to implement a project. So let me share my screen as we write on. So those who have created their accounts already, kindly log in as, for now, we won't bother about you creating, say, maybe an IAM user. You can just go in as you are and apply for the sake of this, but there's another process for you to create other users in your account. Best practice is not to use the root user as you get into your account, is to create another user and make use of that user, right? So at the moment, we'll go ahead to follow the run book. I shared the run book once again in the chat. So Eric, please maybe you can share again. And let's start straight away. So I will plead that we are really focused on this because it's a bit lengthy. Like I did notify us, this workshop may take up to about 4 hours, right? And it may even go a bit beyond. It may go a bit beyond. So how soon we will be able to apply and get success will depend on how we cooperate. So I'll really plead that when I make a request every now and then in the chat, right? If we are good, please let's indicate. Let's indicate so I know that we are moving along. And if your network is so unstable, because we are over 30 plus on the call, we may not be able to say troubleshoot with everyone along. But that's why I'll be pleading that we are not distracted, please. Let's not be distracted. Let's be fully focused in the project, right? So let's follow the roadbook as it is right now, having understood. So let's all get in. And the first thing we want to do is we want to get to the service that would help us be able to create our environment. So the very first thing we want to do is we want to create our VPC, guys. So the first step is to create our VPC. We want to create our VPC. So go to your browser, please make sure that, look here at the top right-hand corner, you want to make sure that you're on the region North Virginia. Let's all be on the same region. I would wish that we are all on the same region, guys. North Virginia. Don't choose a different region, just so that we are all in phase. We could be able to apply this project in different regions, but in order that we are together, in case there's any challenge, we can be able to easily troubleshoot, right, all along. I would suggest that we all go to North Virginia. So while in North Virginia, if you don't have North Virginia here, click on the drop down. Click on the drop down, you'll see different regions that are presented to you, and then you choose US East 1, choose North Virginia. Once you're there on North Virginia, the next thing we have to do is to select the region. Select the service. So in here, your screen will not display like mine. It's because I've been playing around with other services. That's why you see my screen displaying like this. So just go ahead in the search bar here and type VPC. Search VPC. Okay. Eric, kindly share the runbook again. So search VPC. All right. Once you search VPC and it presents to you, all right. So the accounts we've just created, for those who just created the accounts, it's a free tier account. You can play around it like a sandbox for the next 12 months. And whatever we're going to create here, at the end of the day, guys, we're going to terminate them. We're going to clear them off, right? We're going to destroy so that we don't incur charges, right? There may be some little charges attached to them, but we're going to make sure that we clean up. So select VPC. Select the VPC. Click on the VPC that presents, right? So it will bring us to a similar dashboard like this, to our VPC. So if you're here, please just give me a yes in the chat. If you're here, please just give me a yes in the chat. Let's do that real quick. If you're here on your VPC, give me a yes in the chat. Awesome. Guys, keep it coming. Let's have as many yes as possible. As many as possible. The run book is pretty detailed that you can really follow through and be able to get success with the project. Now, once you're here, the next thing we want to do is we want to create our own VPC. So you see here, it says create VPC. You see create VPC. We want to create our own VPC. So click on create VPC. Everyone click on create VPC. So we came to our VPCs and you see that in orange, right? You could equally come to your VPCs here. You could equally click here on your VPCs. And once you click on your VPCs here, it brings you to this page. You're going to have one VPC, which is the default. AWS has already created this one for us, the default. So go ahead and click on create VPC. Now, once you click on create VPC, guys, it will bring you to this page. And on this page, we want to create our VPC. There are two ways we can do it. It's either we can just create our VPC and then we create all the individual components and we connect them, or we can use a feature here called the VPC and more. It's kind of the wizard. So please, if this is selected VPC only, I want you to select VPC and more. Everyone go ahead and click on VPC and more. Click on VPC and more. Now, while on VPC and more, right, the next thing we have on our screen is the name. So we need to give a name to this VPC. We need to give a name to this project. So AWS has suggested one to us, which is project. But I want us to change this name. Let's go ahead and type, as we see there on the runbook, just for consistency's sake, right? We can use SolaviseTech 3-tier project. So you can use SolaviseTech 3-tier project. So you can have it same like you have here. I'll drop that in the chat, right? So we can use that. You could just copy that and paste here, SolaviseTech 3-tier project. Once you give it this name, you notice that on the right side, right, that name automatically appears all along for these other components. The same name appears all along. So it's a way in which we are trying to identify our resources. We're trying to tag our resource, right? So now, the next thing we want to ensure, so I've already given a name. Make sure that the VPC CIDR block IPv4 do not change what you have there. 10.0.0.0/16. So maintain this CIDR block, don't change it. And ensure that no IPv6 CIDR block is enabled as well. Maintain this. Don't change it. Tenancy default. Do not change the default tenancy. Just maintain as it is. All right. Now, in our architecture, we remember that we actually had what? We actually had 2 availability zones. So make sure that you have it there on 2 availability zones, right? 2 availability zones. Then for public subnets, right? Public subnets, as we have it there, make sure that you have 2 availability zones. But for the availability zones now, we have to choose. You see on our architecture here, we have US is 1A and US is 1B. So these are the 2 we want to use. So right there, you see number of availability zones. So let's click on customize. Click on this drop down. Click on this drop down to customize under availability zone and ensure that you have US is 1A and US is 1B. If you have something else, you want to click on the drop down and change it. Make sure that US is 1A and US is 1B are enabled, just like we have on our architecture here, US 1A and US 1B. Right. So we are good on this end. We're good on this end. The next thing, number of subnets. We scroll down. You see number of subnets, number of public subnets, right? Number of public subnets. If you see here on this architecture, public subnets, how many do we have? We have 1, 2. So make sure that 2 here is enabled. But when it comes to the private subnets, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So make sure that we change the private subnets. You see, number of private subnets, change it to 4. So select 4 private subnets, and you want to maintain 2 here. All right. Now, these subnets are subnetworks within the VPC. So we want to also give the CIDR ranges, the IP address ranges. So come here, you see customize. We want to customize it to our needs. So click on this customize right here. Click on customize. And then now we want to be able to give in our own CIDR ranges. So right here, as you see on the runbook, change this. The first one should be 10.0.1. So the second to the last 0, change that to 1. And then it should be a /24. Let's use 24. We won't go into the details of all of this. How the subnet are calculated, all of that. So change this. The next one is 10.0.2.2/24, guys. So this is the first one right here. That's the first one. The second, that's the second right there. Right. So the second right there, we just have /2. Maybe someone can equally progressively drop in the chat. Then the third right there, just change the 2 to 3 now. Change the 2 to 3. Make sure you have the period, right? The dot that separates each. 10.3.0/24. Then the fourth, right? Everything is /24. You can paste that and change 3 to 4. The fifth, you can paste that and change the 4 to 5, right? And then the sixth now. All is /24. So at the end of the day, we have 6 subnets here, 4 private and 2 public. 4 private and 2 public. So we have all of that. Those are the different subnet CIDR ranges which we have, guys. Okay. So if we have this, right? Nice. The next thing we now want to do, let's move ahead. So those are the different CIDR ranges which we have. All right. So the next thing we want to do, if you're done with this, for different CIDR ranges, just scroll down. Now on our architecture right here, you see we have NAT gateways. In this entire project itself, right? Though I indicated that we should go with, we should select the NAT gateways, as you can see on the runbook, but because of the brevity of time, we may not implement the NAT gateway, but let me just explain to you guys how that works. So you see right here, this NAT gateway, we create one NAT gateway in each subnet, in each public subnet. This NAT gateway is going to be leveraged by these two private subnets, and this other one to the left will be leveraged by the two private subnets. So in this particular, though you have on the runbook to select one per AZ, one per AZ means that we're going to have one here and one here. But if you select in one AZ means we are choosing either US is 1A or US is 1B. So now in this case, guys, just maintain none here for NAT gateway. Just maintain none. And then for the VPC endpoint, you can go ahead and click on none as well. Go ahead and click on none as well. So a recap again of what we've done. We said that we select VPC and more. We'll give it a name, a unique name. We didn't change the VPC CIDR block. No IPv6 is enabled, default tenancy. We have two availability zones right here. Then for the subnets, two public subnets and two private subnets, right? Then we'll be able to insert our CIDR ranges. If you're done, guys, please go ahead and click on Create VPC. If you're done, go ahead and click on Create VPC. If you're there, please just give a yes in the chat. Go ahead and click on Create VPC. Click on Create VPC. You should have it creating. So automatically, AWS is creating and connecting them to you, every aspect of it. Right? So all those resources, just give a yes in the chat. Let's know. Let's be sure we are moving along together. Just 3 persons are there. Okay, great. Cool. Cool. So our VPC is creating and connecting the dots, right? So if it's done creating, let's go ahead and click on View VPC. Go ahead and click on View VPC. So you can view the VPC you just created. Scroll down, just scroll down to the end and you click on View VPC. Right? So now we can view our VPC created. Then just scroll down and you see here resource map. Resource map. This map actually shows you how, just scroll to the end and you can pull to your right. It shows you how these resources are connected. It shows you how the resources are connected, right? We have our internet gateway here. Our internet gateway here, as you can see, is actually connected to the public subnets. If you select the internet gateway at the extreme right, it's connected to the public subnets. Okay, cool. And then you have all the individual resources. So one of the things we want to do is let's ensure that now we'll move over to step 6. Step 6 says that we want to make sure that our public subnets have auto-assign public IP enabled. Step 6, right now, our public subnets have auto-assign public IP enabled. So you see here to your left, let's go to subnets. Let's go to subnets. Click on subnets to the left. Click on subnets to the left. Now you're going to have this display for the subnets. Here we have 12 because we just created 6 and AWS had 6 for the default VPC. So this little arrow that we have right here, this little arrow, we want to organize our subnets. Just click on the little arrow twice. Click on it twice to organize your subnets so that you have the public subnets presented to you initially here. Right? You have those subnets presented to you there. So what we want to do now is select the first, you see public. This one's public. If you don't see them displayed, it could be like this. What you want to do is you want to expand, right? You want to expand, you want to hold this and expand so that you can see all well displayed. So this public subnet, select it here. Select your public subnet. Once you select the public subnet, come to actions. Once you select the first public subnet, come to actions. Then you click on edit subnet settings. Edit subnet settings. Everyone select the first public. Make sure it is public, not private. Public. Edit subnet settings. Then you will see here that auto assign IP is not enabled. Auto assign IP is not enabled. So go ahead and click on enable auto assign IP. Select this. The reason we are enabling this is so that our resources in the public subnet will have a public IP address that they can use to go to the internet. So click on enable auto assign IP. Once you enable auto assign IP for this public subnet, just scroll down. Just scroll down, right? And you click on save. Scroll down. Can we go over it? So we came to subnets, right? Right here we have subnets. Under subnets, you want to ensure that you select this subnet. You have 2 public subnets. If you don't see it written public, you come here, just hover over here until your mouse changes to this straight arrow. You hold the straight, you click and hold it, and then you expand. You will see the names public, public. You select, or you could equally type public in this search here. You could type public, you pick it up, right? Once you select, you come now to actions, then edit subnet settings, actions, edit subnet settings, then you come to enable auto assign IP. Enable auto assign IP, you scroll down, and then you save. This is for the first public subnet. Then you save. Then you save. If you have successfully done this for the first public subnet, uncheck the first public subnet, and then you select the second public subnet. Select the second public subnet. Then you come to actions, the same thing. Select the second public subnet, you come to actions, you come to edit, you enable for the second. You enable for the second. So for those who maybe missed this step, for the first one, you just apply the same for this second, and then you scroll down and you click on save. Ensure you save, please. Ensure you save. If you do not enable this, the moment we're going to host our application and try to reach out to it from the internet, if you didn't enable, you will not be able to reach out to the application. Right? That's step 6. If you're there, please just give me a yes in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat, please. Cool. Cool. All right. Cool. So the next thing we want to do right now is let's go ahead and be sure that our internet gateway is actually attached. So you see here, internet gateway to your left. internet gateway to your left. Select your internet gateway here, please. Select internet gateway. And this is the name of the internet gateway, guys. It's called SolaviseTech 3-Tier Project IGW. IGW is for internet gateway. Make sure that you see it here attached. AWS automatically attached it for you. It is automatically attached. If it is not attached, please follow this. If it is not attached, you have to select it here. Select the name of it, this specific one. You come to actions. Then you will see it will be written attached. In this case, we have detached. Because it is already attached, we cannot detach it, but make sure it is attached. So I'm going to uncheck it. Make sure you see attached is good. That's step 7 on the runbook. That's step 7. Now scroll down to step 8. For step 8, it says we want to verify that our NAT gateways are created. Remember, we did not create our NAT gateways in this scenario. So if you come to NAT gateways, you won't see any NAT gateway actually available. So you can scroll down. You see NAT gateways here. If you click on NAT gateways, right, it's going to be blank like this. That's fine. We're not going to use it in this particular scenario. I've already explained to us the use case for the NAT gateway, right? So that's fine with step 8. Okay. You want to scroll down to step 9 to confirm that your public route tables, right, are actually associated to your public subnets explicitly. So there's a connection between them. So just scroll a bit up. You see route tables, guys. You see route tables. Click on route tables. Select route tables. Select route tables. That's step 9. We want to confirm that our public route table is actually associated. Once you select the route, you see there the public route table. So let's take 3-tier project RTB public. This public route table, you want to make sure that it is explicitly associated. So you see it here. You see explicit subnet associations. It says 2. You have these 2 here associated, these 2 subnets. Another way you could verify is by checking it, selecting it. Once you select it right, you see below here it says subnet associations. Same as you can see it above here, you can also click here on subnet associations. Then you just scroll down a little, you see 2 of them. And those 2 subnets, you can notice here that they are the public subnets. These 2 public subnets actually associate to the public route table. So we are good. So we are good. The next thing we also want to verify is the private route table associations. Right? The public subnets, you see here 2. We are good. For the private now, so the route table, we have just 1 public route table. The private now, you see that this private here, it says private. For each of these privates, it has explicit subnet association. It has 1 of them. You see 1 here. This is 1 subnet. Same thing, you could click below here for subnet associations. And it says explicitly 1. So you have a 1 subnet association right there with you. And you can verify that for all the others. All the others are actually, as you see them, individual subnets here. So that's fine. So we are good with that. So we are good with that for the subnet association. So if you're good, guys, please give me a yes in the chat. If you're able to verify all these subnet associations, give me a yes in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat. Perfect. We are making some progress, guys. Give me a yes in the chat. Good. 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 More yeses should come in, please. So I know we are moving along together. So now we have been able to complete part 1 of the project, which is creating our backbone. We have created this backbone. What have we created so far? We have created, can you show the action we are building? For those who just joined, yes. This is the architecture we are building, guys. So Eric, please kindly drop the project runbook once again in the chat. So this is the 3-tier architecture we are building, right? We have just been able to create our VPC in the US one region. We have been able to create our subnets in 2 availability zones, right? We have been able to attach our internet gateway to the VPC, right? And then we have our infrastructure, which comes with route tables and routes on top of it, right? So we have all of that set up already. And we used our VPC wizard to create that. So this is the architecture that we are following through. All right. So part 1, we are good. Now, so the project runbook is towards the end of it, right? So just scroll down. If you just receive that documentation, just scroll down. Now let's go to part 2, guys. Part 2, we want to create our web tier. So we want to now launch this web tier. We want to deploy our virtual machines into this web tier. So there are 2 ways in which we can do this. We can either go in and create our EC2 instances. We call them EC2 instances directly in the public subnet, or we can rather use an automated script. We can design a template and use an auto-scaling group to create the servers, right? So that's what we're going to rather use in this case. So part 2, step 1. What I want you to do, guys, is on this tab where we are, so do the following. Just right-click here, keep this tab open. Just right-click on this tab. As you see here, just come with your mouse above, you right-click here, and then you see it says duplicate. So click on duplicate. So that it opens another tab for you. Just right-click, and then you click on duplicate. Right-click, and then you click on duplicate. The reason we are doing this is so that we have different resources open, right? So we can always navigate through. So we have duplicated our tab. And now, as we duplicate, we want to go to the next service. It's called EC2. So everyone, just come into the search here. The same way you were able to search your VPC, you want to type EC2. That's part 2 now, EC2. Just type EC2. Then you will see this service. EC2 stands for Elastic Compute Cloud. You just click on it, click on the name of it, right? Once you click on this star, for those who frequently access the resource, if you click on this star, it means you're trying to bookmark it. All right. Once you click on this star, it's going to automatically appear somewhere here on your screen. So you don't have to come and search every now and then. So you click on the EC2, and then it's going to bring you to the EC2 console. Once you select EC2, it should bring you to your EC2 console here, right here. If you're on your EC2 console right here, please just give me a yes in the chat. If you're on the EC2 console, give me a yes in the chat. If you're able to access your EC2 console, give me a yes in the chat. Great. Now, what next do we want to do? We want to ensure that the EC2 instances that we're going to create here in these 2 public subnets should contain the same configurations. So we're going to use something we call a launch template to create these EC2 instances. So everyone, I want you to scroll down. You see here, it says launch template to your left. If you cannot see launch template here, for some people, maybe this arrow is going to be pointing to the right. So you don't see that display. So click on the drop down so that it opens up, and then you select launch templates. Everyone, select launch templates. You will notice that you don't have any template here. Yes, please. So the runbook can be shared again. So click on launch template. All right. So once you click on launch template, you don't have any launch template. So I want everybody, you see to your top right, it says create launch template. We want to create as. So go ahead and click on create launch template. Go ahead and click on create launch template. It will bring you to this screen. Now we have to give a name. So let's give a name to this launch template. Let's call it SolaviseTech, right? 3-tier launch template. 3-tier launch template. So you can just copy this. I'll drop in the chat. Yes, so there's going to be access to the recording, right? You guys are going to have access to the recording after this. We're going to share the recording with you guys. So I've dropped in the chat the name of the launch template. That's the name. Just for consistency's sake, please. You can just use the same name with me for consistency's sake. Then you see it says template version description. You can just paste the same name in there. You can paste the same name in there. Paste the same name in there. Now, the next thing I want you guys to note on this screen is this, please. If you notice where I'm going, I don't just want you guys to be clicking left and right. It's easy to just be clicking, but do you understand exactly what you're doing? Do you understand? So every now and then, we'll be going back and forth with the architecture diagram, right? So we are creating a launch template to launch our EC2 instances. But then we want to connect it to an auto-scaling group that will help us to automatically deploy the instances. So that's the reason why you need to check this box. There's a small box here that says auto-scaling guidance. So check this box, please. So they are giving access to auto-scaling. Check that box. Everyone, make sure you check this box, auto-scaling guidance. All right. So I've just given our names here. I will check this box. I want you now to scroll down. Everyone just scroll down again a little. Then it is going to bring you to this screen. It says application and OS images. So this is the AMI, Amazon Machine Image you want to select. It's just like, for example, you have a laptop, maybe it's a Windows laptop, it's a Mac laptop, that's operating system, right? And there's other configurations attached to it. So you also want to choose one here. So if you don't see it display like this, I want you to, maybe your arrow could be pointing to the right. I want to click on the drop down. Okay, click on the drop down so that it displays like this. So because we have not used any recently, right? Everybody, I want to click on quick start. Click on quick start. Click on quick start. It's now going to present to you different operating systems, right? Different AMIs. Everybody, I want you to select Amazon Linux. Select Amazon Linux right here. Select Amazon Linux, right? Select Amazon Linux. Now, the moment you select Amazon Linux, look keenly. It says that Amazon Linux 2023 AMI. I want us to change this. Click on the drop down. Click on this drop down to your right. Then the second one says Amazon Linux 2. Select Amazon Linux 2 free tier. Select that one instead. Change it to Amazon Linux 2 free tier. We want to make sure that we're using the free tier. So everybody should make sure you have Amazon Linux 2 free tier eligible. Right? Amazon Linux 2 free tier eligible. Then you want to scroll down. You want to scroll down. Instance types. The instance type here now is the size of the instance, right? The type of the instance. So you see, it says don't include launch template, but it wants to include. So click on the drop down. Click on the drop down and make sure you select T2.micro. Select T2.micro. T2 micro. Everyone select T2 micro. Ensure that whatever we are doing here, please ensure this. Look to your top right. Make sure that this VPC, this EC2 we are creating is in your North Virginia as well. The same like we had the VPC, North Virginia. Make sure you're equally here on North Virginia, right? So T2 micro right here. Then we're going to scroll down a little. It says key pair. We need to select the key pair. That's step number 3. Key pair. So we want to include a key pair. For some of us, we may have a key pair already, but for others, they don't have a key pair yet. So what I want you to do is we're all going to create one. So to your right, you see it says create new key pair. Just go ahead and click on create new key pair. The key pair is actually what is going to give us access to be able to connect to our virtual machine, just like you have a key to connect to your door, right? So we can use the name SolaviseTech, SolaviseTech key pair, right? I'm just going to add a 1 to it. On the roadbook, we just have SolaviseTech key pair, but I'm going to attach a 1 to it because I already have SolaviseTech key pair. So I'm going to copy that and drop in the chat. Then that's all we do. Maintain RSA here and .pem, and just go ahead and click on create key pair. Once you give a name, that's all. Make sure there's no extra space. There's no extra space. You're using a hyphen all along. No extra space here. Or you can just do maybe SolaviseTech, that's fine. Click on create key pair. The more you do it, you're going to notice that it's going to be downloaded directly to your computer. So to your top right, you see it is downloaded. Now, and then the name appears right here. The next thing we want to do, we want to move over to step 4. We want to create our security group, right? And choose the VPC for the security group. So we're going to just scroll down a little. We're under the network settings. So if you don't see network settings, probably maybe is to the right. Click on the drop down. So that it opens up your network settings here. As soon as it opens your network settings, guys, we now want to create our firewall. So you come here, you see it says create security group. Click on create security group because we don't have an existing one to use. Click on create security group. So this security group we are creating, right, is for the web tier. The first tier is for the web tier. So we're going to give it a name, right? For me, I already have it. But for you guys, you're going to go ahead and type SolaviseTech, for example, SolaviseTech web tier. Just for consistency, SG. SolaviseTech web tier SG. SG is for security group. So we can use that. You may type security group, you may go with SG. Then for description, you could just paste the same thing. You could paste the same thing for the description, right? You paste the same for the description. We selected create security group, gave a name, and then we pasted the same name on the description. Now it says the VPC. For which VPC are we creating a security group, right? Not the default. So we want to change this VPC. Click on the drop down and select the VPC we just created. Select the VPC we just created. Let's select the VPC we just created, right? Cool. Now we have the VPC we just created selected. Step 5, it says add security group rule, right? Add security group rule. So you see here it says inbound security group rule. So click on add security group rule. Click on add security group rule. Once we add the security group rule, the first is the type of security group. So number 1, click on the drop down. You see, scroll down, you see all ICMP IPv4. All ICMP IPv4. We want to use this to be able to ping the resources, right? We can be able to access into it. Just select all IP, all of this, right? And then you can select from anywhere the source. The source there is anywhere, not custom. Make sure you select anywhere. Select anywhere. Then you scroll down. Let's add the next security group rule. Click on add security group rule again. Now, in this particular run book or in this particular workshop, we're not going to make use of certificates because of the time. is going to be pretty lengthy. So we're going to make use of just the HTTP traffic on secure traffic. So click on custom, scroll down, click on custom, scroll down, and then you select HTTP traffic, HTTP. Then for the source, you want to make sure you select anywhere. You want to make sure you select anywhere. Then let us add the third security group rule. Everyone click on add security group rule. And this is for us to be able to connect to the instance SSH port 22. Click on SSH. Click on SSH. Then the source, we want to go with anywhere. We want to go with anywhere. We want to go with anywhere. Right? So which are the three security groups we've added? All ICMPv4, right? HTTP traffic for port 80, SSH for port 22, right? We have that selected. If you're there, I want you to just scroll down, right? You see here, it says advanced network configuration. Just beside add security group, right? Click on this drop down, guys. Click on this drop down. We want to be able to auto assign public IP to the runbook, to this personal launch template. So click on this advanced network configuration. Advanced network configuration. Then you click on add network interface. Add network interface. Advanced network configuration, add network interface. Then you see here, auto assign public IP. Auto assign public IP. Click on the drop down, and then you click on enable. Let's enable auto assign public IP because we're going to use this for our public subnet. Click on enable, right? Enable. We're enabling auto assign public IP. That's step number 6. Step number 6, as you see right there, described. Let's now move over to step number 7. Step number 7 is for us to be able to launch, we're able to include a user data, a script into this launch template, so that our application, our instances are going to be launched with it. So I'm going to paste that script into the chat right now. I'm going to paste that script into the chat. Maybe don't worry so much about how to write that script, right? For now, scroll to the extreme end of that page. Scroll to the extreme end, and you see it says advanced details. Advanced details. You want to open up advanced details. Click on advanced details. Click on advanced details, and then you scroll right down to the extreme end. You scroll right down to the extreme end of the page. Right down to the extreme end where it says user data, right? You want to paste what I just sent in the chat in there. Paste what I just sent in the chat in there. So in this user data is a script. It's called a bash script. We want to be able to install a front-end display application, which is in this case Apache, and then we want to now launch in an output. This output is going to tell us, hey, SolaviseTech website, we're going to have that display on the front end, right? So this is our front end, and we're going to save it in a particular path. So this is already written out for us. Just make sure you paste it. Make sure that there is no extra space. I'll delete this again. Make sure that there is no extra space here. You just want to copy and paste as it is. Make sure that you don't give any extra characters. Don't type in any extra characters, else it's going to break the code. Once you're done with this, everyone, I want to click on Create Launch Template. Click on Create Launch Template. Click on Create Launch Template. The more you click on Create Launch Template, is going to create a launch template for you. If you're there, please give me a yes in the chat. And then you can click on view at the base. Click on view launch template. You should see your launch template created right here. Good. Good. Oh, good. So step 8, we're able to view our launch template. Yours is creating. Awesome. So if you don't see it, you can just refresh right here. Just refresh here. You see at the top here, you can refresh. So Sabira, Mensa, we are on step 9 of part 2. If you missed, you could just follow. I would suggest if your network kicked you out sometime long back, you can just follow closely what we are doing. And then this run is made available, the recording will be made available, right? And then you can be able to apply the same. Good. So we have this launch template created. Now we're on step 9. Step 9 says that we want to create our auto-scaling group, right? We want to create our auto-scaling group. So you see right here to your left, guys, to your left, come to your left, these 3 dashes is called a hamburger sign. Click on that to open it up. Then, once you click on that, I want you to scroll down. I want to scroll down to the extreme end. I want to scroll down to the extreme end, right? Scroll down to the extreme end and click on auto scaling groups. Click on auto scaling groups. Auto scaling groups. Now it should bring you to this page. We want to create our auto scaling group. This is it right here. Go ahead and click on create auto scaling group. And a name, right? SolaviseTech. We may not use 3-tier there. I'll just use ASG. We may not type all of that. I'll just use SolaviseTech ASG. But the naming that we have in there, we use that conventional naming all along for consistency. We could still just give this name, right? The naming is not what really matters a lot. We can always customize in different environments. Yes, as some way, we are going to have access to the recording. You will have access to the recording. Okay. So now we've given a name. This is the name. Please make sure you give a name to your auto scaling group. Then you want to scroll down. It says step 10. Let's select the launch template we've created. Remember, I've created a launch template. So now you see here launch template. If we did not create one, we could still create from here. So click on this drop down. Click on the drop down here and select your 3-tier launch template. Select the launch template that we have here. Everyone select the launch template that we have. Okay. Now, once you select the launch template, you see it talks about the version of this launch template, right? From time to time, we could be making changes to the launch template. We could change some configurations. And so you can either go with the default, which is what we just created, right? Or we could be able to change to what we call the latest. This latest means that the auto scaling group will be able to pick up the latest. Is going to pick up the latest version of your launch template, right? It will pick up the latest version of your launch template when you when it's trying to launch any new instance. It's going to put the latest version. So we can leave it at default, or we can select the latest. You can go ahead and select latest. Best practice, you can go with the latest. Best practice, guys. Okay. Best practice, you can go with the latest. Then you want to go ahead and click on next. Go ahead and click on next. If your launch template is not creating, it therefore means that probably you have there will be an error message. Verify that, and you can pick it up from there. All right, so we've taken next, and then it brings us to this page to say, let's define our network settings. So for the network settings, guys, you see it says VPC. The VPC that is selected for us is the default, but that's not what we want. So click on this drop down and select the one we created. Select the VPC that we created. Select the VPC that we created. Okay. Select the VPC we created. The next step from there is that this launch template is supposed to be used in some specific availability zones, and is for the public subnet. So remember, we're going to use US East 1A and US East 1B public subnets. So please, under availability zone, click on the drop down and look very well, please. The first one says US East 1A public 1. Make sure you select this public one, US East 1A. Select it right here. Public 1. The next one to look for is public 2. So scroll down, you see here it says US East 1B public 2. Select public 2. US East 1B public 2, right? Then you can just click on the outside. Those are the two availability zones we have selected, and they are rightful subnets, the public subnets, right? That's what we have right there. If you're here, kindly click on next. Kindly click on next. Kindly click on next. Okay, kindly click on next. Now, guys, please follow me keenly. We need to bring in here on this architecture. On this architecture, we need to connect a load balancer, a front-end load balancer. We need a front-end load balancer right here. So this load balancer, we have not yet created it. So that's why there are different options here. If you want to create your architecture without a load balancer, you can go for this. If you want to attach an existing load balancer, if you already have one created, you can attach it, as well as if you have not attached one, you can click on attach a new one and go ahead and create. So what I want us to do, which is a bit different from what you have on the run book, you could still follow that, but I want to bring a different flavor in here. Guys, just maintain the same page the way you have it. Come up here still, right click on this tab, and you say duplicate. Everyone, right click on this tab and take duplicate. Right click on that tab and take duplicate. Once you duplicate that tab, I want you guys to come back to this hamburger sign at the top left. Okay, open it up, and then what we are doing now is on step 14, where we want to create a target group. Step 14, we want to create a target group. Scroll down, just scroll down. For you to create a load balancer, we need a target group as well to connect to it. So you can click on target groups. You can click on target groups, right? You can click on target groups. Now it says create target group. So everyone go ahead and click on create target group. Click on create target group. This target group, we are trying to target instances. We came to target groups. We don't have one. Click on create target group. Now maintain instances. Maintain instances. Then you want to scroll down. You can give the name SolaviseTech TG. TG is for target group. SolaviseTech TG. We are giving that name. And this target group should receive traffic from port 80. Maintain port 80 the way it is. Don't change it. The target group name, SolaviseTech TG, port 80, maintain. IP address, maintain IPv4. Maintain IPv4. Now we need to choose the VPC. We need to choose the VPC for this target group. So click on the drop down and select the 3-tier project VPC we created. Click on the drop down and make sure you select the 3-tier, not the default, the 3-tier. Maintain HTTP1, right? Just scroll down. Just leave everything as it is, scroll down, and then you want to click on next. Leave everything as it is default, and you click on next. You click on next. So once you click on next, guys, it brings you to this page. So in this target group, we said we are choosing instances, but so far, there are no available instances running in this environment. That's why we all have it here as 0 instances. Okay, that's why we all have it here as 0 instances. You want to just scroll down. If we had instances, we're going to select the instances and include them as pending below. So just click on, just scroll down, right? And then you click on create target group, guys. Click on create target group. I want to click on create target group. And then you can scroll down, you see that your target group is created, right? There is no specific, you can come back to target groups here, this is it. Your target group is actually created. You come back to target groups here, you see it created here, right? Now, there is no load balancer associated to it. So the next thing we want to do now is we want to associate a load balancer to it. So we want to create a load balancer. We will create a load balancer here now. Okay. We would create a load balancer. All right. So you see now, scroll down to your left and come to load balancers. To your left, you see load balancers. Load balancers. Load balancers. Load balancers. Now, click on select load balancers and click on create load balancer. Create load balancer. Create load balancer. I told you guys we have different types of load balancers, but the one we want to use here is the application. The first one, application load balancer. And there is a description here of whatever it does. So select create application load balancer. Select create. Then we will give it a name. SolaviseTech. We will give it front end. Front end LB. Front end LB. Front end LB. LB is for load balancer. Front end Y. If you see on our architecture here, we have a front end here and we have a back end right here. So this is our front end LB. Once you give that name, because it is front end, it is internet facing. Make sure you maintain internet facing. Make sure you maintain internet facing. The second one that you see here is not internet facing, it is actually internal facing. So select internet facing. Then you want to scroll down. You want to scroll down. You need to choose the VPC. Here it says this is the default VPC. So click on the drop down for VPC and select the VPC that we created. Select the VPC we created. Now, closely once again the mappings for the availability zones. Make sure we select these two because this load balancer is actually connecting US East 1A and US East 1B for the public subnets. So that's the reason why we're going to select this. Once you select this first one, make sure, please make sure that it is indicated here, public 1A. Make sure it is public here. The front end is connected to the public. Make sure it is public, guys. If yours is different, click on the drop down and select the, you're going to see two privates here. Make sure you select the public. The same thing for the US East 1B, click on the drop on, select it, and make sure you see here, for example, in this case, it's private. Click on the drop down and make sure you change the private to public. Make sure you change the private to public. As soon as you change the private to public, they're all enabled. Please scroll down. Scroll down. It says security group. It says security group. If you're here, please give me a yes in the chat. If you're here, please give me a yes in the chat. Okay. Awesome. Great. Great. So what do we understand here by security group? You have all private. Yes. So if you have all private, do this, please. Click on the drop down. Click on the drop down, and then you pick on the public. Pick on this public. Change it. Click on the drop down again. I click on the public. Because our front end load balancer is connected to the public subnet, not the private. If you take private, it's going to not route traffic rightly. Okay, good. So now we are here. Are you able to do that, Miss J? Now we are here.
Yes, thank you.
Great. We need to now attach a security group around this load balancer to permit what kind of traffic comes in into this load balancer, what kind of traffic comes in. So now, you see security groups. I want you guys, you see here, we need to create a special security group for the front end load balancer. So you see here, it says create a new security group. You can click on this arrow here. Click on the arrow, it opens a new tab for you. Click on the arrow, it opens a new tab for you. And then we're going to give it the name SolaviseTech Front End Load Balancer SG. Guys, I am flexible. The runbook you have right there, you can play around it straight and you will still have the same result. So I am flexible with this particular practice so that we are not just maybe fully stereotyped, right? What I want you guys to get is the flow, understand the flow and how you can play around things. But the runbook is designed, even in your own private end, you can still be able to walk through and you achieve a similar result. So that's the name of the security group, front end LBSG, which represents front end load balancer security group. Paste the same thing on the description. And then you want to scroll down, you see the VPC. You need to choose which VPC you're creating it in, right? Click on the drop down and select our VPC which we created. Select our VPC which we created. Once you do this, remember we said security groups need to be assigned rules to permit traffic to come in, to permit traffic, right? So here in this particular workshop, click on add rule. What kind of traffic do we want to let in? What is the kind of traffic we want to let in to our resource? What kind of traffic do we want to permit to come in, right? We want to permit some traffic to come in. So in this case, like I said, we're not going to use certificates, right? We're not going to use certificates to be able to encrypt our traffic, right? So in this case now, please click on add row and then click on the drop down. Let's open HTTP. Select HTTP. Select HTTP traffic. And then the source, from where is this traffic supposed to come? The front end load balancer, click on the drop down, and then you select anywhere IPv4. Everyone select anywhere IPv4. Anywhere IPv4. Select anywhere IPv4. So it's coming from the internet, guys. Anywhere IPv4. The next, like I said, if you want to allow secure traffic to come in, you can add another row, right? You can add another row and you click on the drop down, and then you allow, you see here, HTTPS. We can decide to say that only secure traffic should be let in. And that secure traffic, so at the level of this load balancer, we're going to enable SSL certificate. We talk about what certificate manager. We can use this to create the certificate and then we attach it to this load balancer here. It's going to help to encrypt and decrypt our traffic. So right here, we can say anywhere as well. Like I said, in this workshop, we don't mention this HTTPS for this particular, but know that best practice is good to pull this up, right? As well as we may want to maybe say for the sake of this workshop, we could go for all traffic, but we could maintain this too. In the runbook, you notice that we actually added all ICMP IPv4 as well here, which is totally fine. Which is totally fine. So if you've done this, please, I want you to just scroll down. Remember this name, guys. This name. Remember the name of this. We will get a break. I want us to create a front end. Once we create a front end, we just get a break, right? We'll get a little break. Yes, Bob, we'll get a little break. Once we create the front end, let's create the front end and we're able to have access to it. Then we come back and we create the back end and the database, right? Good. So scroll down and then you click on create security group. Click on create security group. Just click on create security group. So our security group has been created, right? It has been created. So I want us to come back to this other tab. You see this tab, come back to this other tab, guys. Come back to this other tab, right? Come back to this tab. Then you see here, this little button is to refresh. Click on this refresh button. Just refresh so that it's able to pick up the new security group I've created. Click on refresh, and then now you click on the drop down. Click on the drop down. And then you want to be able to search that security group. You see, I just pasted it there. The SolaviseTech front end LBSG. This is the front end load balancer security group. You want to make sure that you select this same security group. You could type it out, front end LB, or you could just paste, like I said in the chat, and then make sure that you select it. Make sure you select it, guys. This default here is just the default for the VPC, right? Scroll down. Once you want to scroll down, then it says target group. We already created a target group, right? So I want everyone, make sure you maintain port 80 here. Click on this drop down here. You're going to see SolaviseTech TG. This is the target group we created, right? I want you to go ahead and select this target group we created. So pick it up. Once you pick it up, everyone just scroll down. Once you pick it up, everyone just scroll down, right? Scroll down and go ahead and click on create load balancer. go ahead and click on create load balancer. Click on create load balancer. Once you create load balancer, now click on view load balancer. Please ensure that if your network takes you out at any point in time, guys, load balancer here, for example, is charged, it's not free. So you want to make sure that at the end of this, we are going to delete all of these resources created so that you're not surprised. Remember, when you create your account, we had to attach a bank card to it, right? So right here, it says provisioning. So it's provisioning this load balancer. It's actually creating it. It's provisioning it right now. We are almost done with the front end, guys. We're almost done with the front end. So this is what we're doing. We have created this load balancer. We have created our resources, our public subnet. Now, the last thing we want to do is we want to be able to complete the creation of our auto-scaling group, which is going to automatically create our EC2 instances. So this load balancer is provisioning right here. So in a few moments, it's going to tell us active. You can just constantly refresh here to observe what's happening, right? Guys, you would notice this front-end load balancer being created. You want to refresh that. Give it a little moment. And this load balancer, you can see the details, the VPC for which it's created, the types and application load balancer, when it was created, the availability zones associated to it. And then it has what we call a DNS. A DNS name here is domain name server, right? Or domain name service. Is the address that we can use it to locate this load balancer on our browser. And we're going to see the use of it shortly. So now you want to see this says active. If you have active, please give me a yes in the chat. Please give me a yes in the chat, guys. If yours is active already, give me a yes in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat. Awesome. 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 Not yet. Okay, still provisioning. Awesome. Great. 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 So our load balancer is available now. Good. 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 So what next do we want to do? We have been able to create that. So now, guys, do you remember that we actually had another tab that was open? The tab for auto scaling. You see this tab for auto scaling? Go back to this auto scaling tab. Go back to the auto scaling tab. Now, under load balancers, because we have already created one, let us go ahead and click on attach to an existing load balancer. Why? Because we have created this load balancer, it is existing. We have to search this load balancer and attach it. So come here and say attach to an existing. We have gone back to our auto scaling group tab. We have just gone back to our auto scaling group tab. And then under the auto scaling group tab, it says load balancing. Let's click on attach to an existing load balancer. Then you want to scroll down. You see, it says choose from your load balancer target groups, right? So because we already have a load balancer target group, click on your drop down here. You're going to see SolaviseTech TG. We already associated the target group to our load balancer. So that's why we want to click on this target group now. So select this SolaviseTech TG. Everyone select SolaviseTech TG target group. Then you want to scroll down. Just scroll down, right? What we may now want to do as well is to enable health checks, right? So health checks for EC2 instances is automatically enabled, but we may also want to enable, so when I say health check, it means that our load balancer is going to verify the health of these EC2 instances, right? So you probably want to click on this enable. So you want to enable health checks, then scroll down, maintain the health check grace period at 300, right? Then, like I said, we can also bring in CloudWatch. We may want to monitor with CloudWatch, but in this case, we can move ahead without monitoring with CloudWatch, right? Like I said, best practice, we probably want to enable CloudWatch monitoring. So we'll click on this. So everyone, let's just go ahead and click on next. Click on next. Okay. Now it brings us to this page. Onto this page, what exactly are we trying to do? If you look at the run book, this is actually step. That's actually step, we had step 20 up there. That's actually on step, 1 second. That's step 16. Specify the desired size of your auto-scaling group. Step 16, part 2, step 16. So now, you see here, desired capacity. It means that how many virtual machines or how many EC2 instances do we want to be running at any point in time T? So let's go ahead and select 2. So increase the number to 2 right there. Minimum capacity, which means at least how many instances should be running. Let's go ahead and select 2 as well. Select 2. Maximum capacity, which means that if the traffic is increasing, no matter how much traffic increases, we want to get to a maximum of how many instances available in our environment. We can go ahead and take 4. So let's go ahead and increase the maximum capacity. So you cannot have more than 4 EC2 instances running in an environment. So let's select 4, guys. Let's select 4. Now, scaling policies. For scaling policies, which is optional as well, right? You can select target scaling policies. So like I told us, and the question which I think that was Stanley. Stanley asked the question of how are we able to maybe identify and scale those instances, right? Under the scaling policies, you see here that we are able to enable like CPU utilization of the instances, right? So let's just maintain CPU utilization. Let's not change it, right? And then the target value, let's maintain 50 there. Instance one time 300, let's not change that. Just scroll down and click on next. Click on next. Once you click on next, go ahead once again and you click on next. Click on next again. So it brings you to this review, the summary page. We want to review all what we have done. We want to review all what we have done. Scroll down. We review everything is good. We're just reviewing. And then you want to go ahead and click on create auto scaling group. Guys, go ahead and click on create auto scaling group. The moment you click on create auto scaling group, it's going to automatically create the EC2 instances for you. So click on create auto scaling group. Click on create auto scaling group, right? So I've taken so much time on the process for the first one. When we will come now to create for the back end, we're going to go a bit faster, right? We'll go a bit faster for the web tier, for the app tier, sorry, because we've been able to go slowly for the web tier to achieve success. We will go a bit faster for the app tier. So now it says updating capacity. You can just refresh here. Refresh right there. And now you see it says 2 instances are available, right? 2. How can we see these instances created? Everybody, on the other tab that was open, EC2 instances will create our security group. You can just come here to instances, right? Under one of these tabs, you can come to instances, and you see that you have these 2 instances that are automatically created for you, and they are running. These 2 instances, if you have them created and running, please give me a yes in the chat. Please give me a yes in the chat. if you're able to see these 2 instances up and running, give me a yes in the chat. Perfect. Good, good, good. So we do not manually create them. They are automatically created by the auto-scaling group, right? By the auto-scaling group. And so you see, it says here initializing. So during this process of initialization, it's like you turn on your laptop, right? It's booting. It's booting. So this is a machine here that is actually booting right now. And as it's booting, it has to launch. Remember that we actually attached a script onto our launch template. So it's going to be launching that script onto these virtual machines, right? Onto these 2 instances. So what we want to do now is you can just refresh. Refresh, you see, is going to continuously, initialize. And now, while it's doing this, guys, after a few seconds, I want us to be able to verify if we can access our application, if the application has been successfully installed on these virtual machines. By the time it's fully launched, it's going to give us a 2-on-2 check. It will give us a 2-on-2 check. But in the meantime, right, I want you to do this. Select any of the EC2 instances. Select any of them like this, right? And then, or you could just pull to the right. You could just pull to the right, right? You see here, it says public IPv4. You can copy from here, or you can still come below here and copy from here. But you can copy from here. Let's go ahead with this. So just highlight this here, right? And then you can do a Control-C to copy. Or you can just copy from below here. Just click on the copy button here. Copy the public IP here. Then open your browser. In this case, I'm opening a new browser. Just paste that IP in there. Paste that IP there and hit enter to search. Guys, paste that IP there and hit enter to search. Guys, are you able to access the application? This is our website launch. It says SolaviseTech website. I told us that we were going to have this actually launched, right? Our website was actually going to be available. So do we have success? If you have success, if you're able to reach the application, give me a yes in the chat, please. Give me a yes in the chat. Success. Okay, cool. Congratulations. Congratulations. Success. Cool. That's step 26, right? Cool. Now, it means that we are able to reach the first application, right? So the next thing I want us to do is to verify the second instance if it's also successful. So copy the public IP address of the second instance, right? You see they are different. Copy the public IP address of the second instance, and then you open a new tab and you paste it right there and you search. Let me know if you're able to access the application, if it works. If you have success like this, give me a yes in the chat, please. Give me a yes in the chat, guys. Okay. Cool. Cool. So we have success. Now, it means that we have been able to launch our application on this front end. What you see here, guys, is the web phase. This is the front end. This is what customers see, right? Clients see. So you see that it says here SolaviseTech website. So if I click on this link now, I actually will be taken to the SolaviseTech website, guys. If I click on this link here, same thing. Okay. There's a little latency on this end. So just give it 1 second. While that loads, you see it brings us to what? To Solavis Technologies Institute website. Instead, display Apache. Miss J, yours displays Apache. Then maybe you didn't copy the user data that we sent right. It should be able to display. I actually sent a user data. So, but if you have Apache, that's fine. If you just use the default Apache, user data, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. So in the Apache, I actually embedded SolaviseTech website right into the link. So that's why you see here where it brings us to this website. Okay, cool. So that's fine. Now, the next thing we want to do is, right, it means that our instances are able to be reached, right? So now what do we want to do? Everybody, the other tab you had for your load balancer, we now want to be able to access the application no longer using IP addresses, but these IP addresses are connected to the front-end load balancer. So we want to be able to reach the application using the front-end load balancer, right? We want to reach using the front-end load balancer. So we have to copy the front-end load balancer DNS and verify. So do we see DNS here, load balancer DNS? If you do that, please click on this symbol here. It says copy DNS name. Click on copy. Everyone go ahead and click on copy. Okay. Like I said, you can follow the run book step by step as it goes, but I'm bringing in different flavors here in this particular workshop, right? So copy the load balancer DNS, then you come to your browser, open a new tab, and you paste it out, and you search. Guys, are we able to access the website again using the front-end load balancer DNS? Guys, if you have success, give me a yes in the chat. Good, 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 good. Awesome, Mensa. Awesome, Bob. Great, Miss J. Peter, great, great, great. Awesome, Prof. Eric. Awesome. Guys, what have we done? We started our projects by understanding the architecture. So it therefore means that we have successfully built the front end so end users can be able to access from the front. So we will take a break right now. We will take a 10 minutes break, just a 10 minutes break. Once we are done from the break, we will come back and quickly we are going to build the back end, this application layer. We will build this back end. So this, our users are able to access whatever is hosted on the front end. So you notice that in the first scenario, we actually copied IP addresses. It's just like phone numbers. But you notice that it is not easy to memorize this IP address. It's not easy because also these servers can be increased or can be reduced. That's the reason why we want to connect these IP addresses rather to a load balancer in front. And if you see the load balancer has a name which is almost humanly friendly, but then who can easily memorize this name? That's the reason why, to make it much better, we could go ahead to rather create a domain name. A domain name like you see, SolaviseTech.com. If you click on this here, you see here, SolaviseTech.com is a domain name which is easy for you to retain. So this SolaviseTech.com, we could be able to host it on a service like Route 53 on AWS, but that's not what we're using in this scenario, right? So we could create one, I'm going to use it, right? Where that is what we're actually going to give the end users. So that instead of giving end users this load balancer DNS for them to reach our website, we would just give them the name SolaviseTech.com, and when they type SolaviseTech.com on the browser, it will bring them directly to this front end display, right? So guys, we have successfully done the front end. So we are going to move on into part 3, right? So we have part 3 and part 4. So I'm going to pause the recording at this point in time, right? So please, let's do this, guys. Who is enjoying the session like myself? Who's enjoying this, guys? Awesome. So when you go now to talk in an interview, right, you're going to be discussing with so much confidence because you're not just talking about, what you've gone and read, because it's very possible that you could just go read stuff, right? You could just get certified, but have you been able to implement? Have you been able to build a project like this, right? So this is actually what we're doing. This is actually getting your hands dirty, getting hands-on. And that's what we do at SolaviseTech, right? We actually help you understand the theory, and we try to break it down to make it as easy as possible for any novice to be able to do this, right? So guys, please, for the next 1 minute, kindly turn on your cameras so that we can take a screenshot just to immortalize this moment. Please, please. Let's take a screenshot as we go on a break. I'm going to pause the recording. Recording as we move progress. Good. So we are moving over to part 3 of our project. And in part 3, what actually are we trying to achieve? We are trying to create a back end, right? We are trying to connect the back end. Let me share my screen once again. Okay, so right here, we have this. So this is our architecture. We constantly have to make reference to it. The reason why I'm making reference to it is because sometimes it can be overwhelming, right? It can be overwhelming that you have to build a full, solution like this, and there are so many components you have to bring into play. So at every point in time, you can always forget, but where am I? What are we trying to do? If you make an error, how do you troubleshoot? How do you fix it out? So it's good to do it one step at a time. You pick the little pieces, you combine them together, and then you can make progress. So that's the reason why we are going one step at a time. We've built the front, now let's come and build the back end, right? So same procedure. Everyone, we are on part 3, step 1 of part 3. Let's go ahead and create our launch templates. Again, let's go ahead and create our launch template. So on the auto scaling tab, just come back here to this hamburger sign, right? Then you come back here to launch templates. We will go a bit faster here. Why? Because we have already done it. We have already done it, right? So come to launch templates. We'll go a bit faster now because we've already done it. I believe I'm recording. We've resumed recording, right?
Yes, Doc.
Oh, yes, cool, fine. Yeah, just to be double sure. So guys, you see here, this launch template. Now, we would have given a name like probably web tier launch template, just to make a differentiation, right? So in this scenario, I'll just copy this name. Okay, I'll just copy this name. Let's create a new launch template. Click on create launch template, guys. Click on create launch template. I'll paste this name here and I'll modify it so that I can be able to differentiate. See it here, let me just put, say, app here. App launch template. So I'll copy this and I'll drop it right there in the chat. You may want to use the same. You may want to use the same, and then you paste it in the description as well. SolaviseTech 3-tier app launch template. So this app just means it's for the app tier. Then remember we said we want to enable, please enable auto scaling guidance. Provide guidance. Make sure you check this, guys. Make sure you check this. That's on step 1. Step 2 now. The same thing, guys, on AMI. If yours is pointing to the right, make sure you open it up. You come here, select the quick start. Select the quick start, right? Amazon Linux. You want to go for the Amazon Linux. Amazon Linux. Select Amazon Linux, please. Then you want to change this Amazon Linux 2023 to Amazon Linux 2, please. Make sure you choose Amazon Linux 2. This is the version we want to use. Amazon Linux 2. Free tier. Make sure you pick it up free tier, so it doesn't bring you so much charges. Then the instance types we want to use as well here, we also want to use T2 Micro. If yours does not display like this, make sure you want to open it up. Click on the drop down, right? You want to click on the drop down. 1 second. Okay. Okay, click on the drop down. It's acting up a little. Let me just give you some time. Okay. All right. Why that's taking a little while to pick up? Okay, T2 micro, fine. Make sure you're on T2 micro, free-tier eligible. And ensure, guys, make sure you're still on North Virginia, the same region, please. Then for your key pair now, we are no longer going to create another key pair. We already have a key pair we created. So please go ahead and click on the drop down and select the key pair you created. So SolaviseTech, you're going to have one key pair there. Or if you have other key pairs, if you have been playing around AWS already, you want to make sure that you pick up this same key pair. This key pair is in the region, right? You could use other key pairs that you have for those who have been maybe using AWS already. You can use those key pairs if you have them in that same region available. But I'll advise that you use this one that you created because we are sure that it is actually downloaded in your environment right now as we speak, on your downloads. So come down to your network settings, security group for network. Yes, Olainka, you have something to say, please? Okay, cool. Security group, the same thing we did for the previous, right? We don't yet have a security group here, so let's go ahead and create one. So click on create security group. Guys, click on create security group. Click on create security group. So the security we want to create here, what are we doing? On this diagram, we want to create a security group that is going to protect our back end here. Remember that our back end, right, is not having direct public access. So we want to secure it in the back end, right? So this is for our launch template in the back end right here. So let's go ahead and click on let's give it a name. SolaviseTech app tier SG. SolaviseTech, we could give it app tier, right? App tier SG. SG is for security group. SolaviseTech app tier SG. Okay, that's okay. Like SolaviseTech 3-tier app tier SG. App tier just says it's application layer, and then you paste the same thing in the description just for identification, right? It's just for identification. It's for identification. Then you want to scroll down. VPC. Make sure that you pick up the VPC we created, please. It is saying here that default. Click on the drop down and pick on the custom one which we created. Pick the custom VPC which we created. All right. So now, security group rules, please, let's be very vigilant on this particular point. Let's be very, very vigilant on this particular point. Now, right here, please, let's add a security group rule. In this project, what generally happens in the working environment is that the developers who are writing the code of the application, right? In the application code, for example, in the front end, they are going to be able to put in a configuration that is able to connect the front end to the back end. But because in our project here, we did not actually create a full end-to-end code for the entire application, we just simply deployed an application in the front end to be able to test it. What we will do in this project is that we are going to try to see if we can connect to the back end from the front end. So what am I trying to say? We will try to see if we can be able to like, you can make a phone call. You're sitting here in the public subnet. You can make a phone call to the guy who is in the private subnet. We call it pinging. So we're going to try to ping these servers in the app tier from this web tier. So we're going to connect to it, or kind of call it SSH. We're going to SSH into it, secure share into it, and then from there now we are going to copy the private IP address of this EC2 instance and try to see if we can ping it from the front. So in that case, now we need the security group rule, which is the ICMP IPv4. So make sure that you want to pick on this here. or ICMP4. Pick on the security group rule, right? Pick on this security group. Now, for the purpose of this, like I said, we can tighten our security so well. We can tighten our security. But for the sake of this, let's just play around with it. Take anywhere. Pick on anywhere. We could actually tie it to the front end. Take on anywhere. Then do add security group rule. Add security group rule. Now, let's also be able to SSH into it. Right? So let's do click on the drop down. Then you want to add SSH. Do SSH. Right? Then the source. The source now here, we want to connect to it from a specific location. So we can use our web server SG to be able to SSH into it, the web server security group. So come here where you have custom, maintain custom, right? You can click on this here and then search the name of the web server security group that we had. What was it? Do we record the name of our web server security group? This is it, right? Just type web. SolaviseTech web tier SG. That was it, right? We give that name. Just type web in there. SolaviseTech web tier SG. This is the SG that we created actually. So select that. SolaviseTech web tier SG. So just to be double sure, guys, I'll just do this shortly. As we have it here, this is this. I'll just open this. It ends with the D551. I'll just come here to check on my instances to be sure. This is the web tier. I'll select this and the security. Yes, this is it here. D551. So that's fine. That's the right name. That's the right name. D551 here. So we have it here. D551. That's fine. Okay. So guys, if you're there, give me a yes in the chat. Okay. Now, there's one other thing that I want us to note here, guys. Good. Please follow me keenly. Now, let's come to this architecture. This back end here is actually receiving traffic from where? From the front end, but through the back end load balancer. So at this point in time, if you look at your run book, step 4 of part 3, it talks about choose the back end load balancer security group as source for HTTP and HTTPS. So on that step, right, follow with me, we don't have this back end load balancer created already. So one of the things we could do, we could create the different security groups all, configure them, and then we now apply here. But right here, what we're going to do right now is the back end load balancer security group has not been created for HTTP traffic and for HTTPS traffic, which means if you want to allow HTTP and HTTPS traffic in, we're going to attach the load balancer security group ID, which means that we will come here and we will add a security group rule. And to add it, the source is going to be from the back end load balancer, but we don't even have it here, which we can attach. We can actually attach it later on. That's fine. So at this moment, I would like us to maintain this, right? Let's maintain this and we go to step 4, right? Let's go to step 4. Okay. Let's go to step 4. And then let's create click on create, guys. This our launch template. Go ahead and click on create. Let's create a launch template. Same process we did for the front end. Same process. Click on create. And then you can view the launch templates. Create and view. Guys, this is a real world end-to-end project. That's why it's pretty long. There are other smaller projects that could be done, but this is a real world project. And if you understand and have mastery of this, you're good to go as far as 3-Tier architecture is concerned. So now we have this launch template actually created, right? If you're there, please give me a yes in the chat. If you have your 2 launch templates created, give me a yes in the chat, please. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Nice. Nice. So let's do the same thing. Now on step 6, let's create our back-end auto-scaling group. This is it right here. This is the back-end auto-scaling group. Please go ahead now and click on this hamburger. And you come down, click on auto-scaling groups. Click on auto-scaling groups. You notice that you have just one here, which was for our web tier. So I want us to now, I'll just copy this name and make it the same. Oh, that's fine. Go ahead and click on create auto-scaling group. Create auto-scaling group. I'll just space this and maybe I'll add app to it. The first one probably could be cool if we had a web to it. I'll drop that in the chat. SolaviseTech app auto-scaling group. App is for the app tier. App is for the app tier. Now, we have already created a launch template. So please click on the drop down and make sure that you select the app. Please select the app launch template. Select the app launch template. We could equally enable latest. That in case there are any changes made, it should pick up the latest, right? It should pick up the latest. You want to scroll down. So all we've given here is a name. We want to scroll down and do next. Right? You want to do next. Please, we are going to other crucial moments right now. Understand the architecture. We now have to pick up the same VPC we created. So click on the drop down and pick on your VPC. Pick on your VPC. Right? Click on your VPC. That's on step 7 right there. So look at this. Click on this drop down. I want us to be very vigilant here. Please drop in the chat, guys. Will this app tier be in the private subnet or in the public subnet? Will it be in the private subnet or in the public subnet? Drop in the chat. In which subnet should it be? Miss J says private. Do we agree? Guys, do we agree? Okay, okay. Awesome, awesome. So now, remember that we have 4 private subnets here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So each of them have different annotations, right? So just hold on 1 second. Let me show you guys something right here. Don't do this with me. So I'll come to my VPCs here. I'll select this VPC. Look at this. I'll come to the roadmap. On this roadmap, if I scroll down, right? If I scroll down on this roadmap, I come here, you notice that. All right. So I have my private sub. Oh, I don't have it here clearly indicated. That's fine. Let me come to the subnets. Onto the subnets. So see, this is a private subnet. You see here, look at US is 1A. look at the notation, please. US East 1A has private US East 1A, and then the second private in US East 1 is private 3. The first is private 1, the second is private 3. If you come here, we are saying that this is US East 1A right here. It means that the first one that we have in front, which we use for our app tier, is private 1. But the one which we're going to use for the database is instead private 3. You see this? If I come here now, you see here, US is 1B, we have private 2. So private 2 is what we're going to use for the app tier. But on the other end now, still on B is private 4. So which means that you have here private 1, private 2, private 3, and private 4. If you mix them, you're going to have an issue. So that's why we're going to come back here, guys. Click on this drop down. So which of the privates are we going to select here for this availability zone, US is 1A? Are we going to select? We are trying to build the app tier. Are we going to select private 1 and 3 or private 2 and 4? Which of them, guys? Drop in the chat. Are we going to select private 1 and 3 or private 2 and 4? Guys, we will select private 1 and private 3. Perfect. Perfect. So make sure private 1A, you see private 1A, select private 1A, then look for private 3A. Private 1, let's come to it again, right? Private 1A and no, private 1A and private 2. We're supposed to choose, look at this, guys. We need to choose, sometimes very confusing. We need to choose 1 from A and 1 from B. 1 from A and 1 from B. All are not supposed to be in A. You see? So if you come here, you see 1 here is A. But when it goes to B, right? To B is actually 2. So it's 1 and 2. So 2 should be for B. 1A and then 2B. So we have to choose this. It's very critical, guys. Choose 2B. Private 2B. Yes, this is it. So your settings should be like this. Private 1. The key point here is you have A. A is this first availability zone. The second should be in the other availability zone, which is B. So if you come here, you have private 2 here, which is B. So make sure you pick up these two, 1 and 2. A and B, A and B, A and B, guys. It's sometimes very confusing. You could have different annotations, but it's just to understand the logic behind it, of which precisely is best to be used in our architecture. So if you're here, please give me a yes in the chat. Please give me a yes in the chat. Awesome. 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 Cool. Cool. Guys, there's always room for flexibility. There's always room for flexibility. It will never be 100% straight. You can make errors around, but how do we troubleshoot and fix? So go ahead and click on next. Next. So right now, we don't yet have the back-end load balancer. We will do the same thing we did for the front-end load balancer, right? We will do the same thing we did for the front-end load balancer. So we can select attach an existing load balancer, but we don't yet have it. If you click on this drop down here, you will see just the one we created. This target group was for the front end. You see here, don't select it yet, guys. Look here, it says application load balancer SolaviseTech front end. We need a back end. We need a back end. So in one of these tabs that you created already, just go back there and now come down to target groups. Let's create a target group for it, the back end target group. So come down and click on target groups. click on target groups. Then we are going to create a new target group. We have just one here. Click on create target group. Click on create target group. Maintain instances. Maintain instances and give it a name. So I'll just add here backend. Backend TG. SolaviseTech backend TG for backend target group. That's it. SolaviseTech backend TG for backend target group. All right. So you want to scroll down, maintain everything as it is. We've just given a name here. Then the VPC lattice, click on the drop down, select our VPC, please. Select our VPC we created. Select our VPC we created. That's on step 9. We are doing that, what we see on step 9, right? That's what we see on step 9. Make sure that you click on next. Scroll down, just scroll and click on next. Okay. Okay, next. Now, right here, please be very vigilant. Be very vigilant, guys. So far, we have just 2 instances in our environment. But we are trying to create we're going to launch instances for the back end. But right now, the instances you're going to see displayed here, you see the name here, guys. It says web tier. So this is not what we need. It's not for the web tier that we need. So just leave it as it is. We are not going to attach these instances to this particular target group because it's not our target. Our target is the backend instances. So scroll down, just scroll down, and you click on create target group. Those select those instances, they are for the front end. Click on create target group. Click on create target group, and then, right, you can come to target groups and you see a target group they actually created. So we have this target group created. We have this target group created, right? So if you're there, give me a yes in the chat, please. If you're there, give me a yes in the chat. After the target group, if we can recall, what next are we to create? After you create a target group, what next are we supposed to create to connect to the target group, please? Drop in the chat. What are we supposed to create to connect to the target group after creating the target group? What we do for the front? Exactly. Our load balancer. Good. Good. So come back down, just scroll down, and now let's create now the back-end load balancer. Select load balancer. So this was the front end. I could just copy this name, right? And then next one to do is click on create load balancer. Now, guys, for this back-end load balancer, if you have an application that needs a high transactional power in the back end, which means it needs to process a lot of transactions in the back end, we will go ahead to use the network load balancer. It is designed to handle very huge amount of traffic, right? But in this scenario, because we're just doing our test, we can still use the application load balancer of the back end. So let's just go ahead and use application load balancer. So go ahead and click on create for the first one. Application load balancer, click on create for the first one. And then we're going to give it a name. So instead of front end here, we'll change this to back end. Right? We'll change this to back end. So it's our back end load balancer right now. Now, guys, this back end load balancer, look at it very well. We said something about the back end and the front end. Is the back end going to be internet facing or internal facing, guys? Drop in the chat if you're following through keenly. Is the back end going to be internet facing or internal? Exactly. So our back end load balancer is going to be internal facing, right? It is on the inside. Internet facing is for the front end because it's right at front in the front, right? So it receives the internet traffic. So now go ahead and change internet facing to internal facing. Internal facing. Then you want to scroll down and choose your VPC. Maintain IPv4. So Corazon, all we've just done here is we're giving this name. The name you have there is back-end load balancer. I noticed your network just kicked you out, right? Tambe. So that's the name, back-end load balancer. And then you want to make sure that, you want to make sure that you select internal facing, internal, not internet facing, internal facing. Then let's scroll down and choose our VPC. It's our 3-tier project VPC. Once you select that, you see that we have these two availability zones available for us. Now, guys, let's be very keen again here. This load balancer is going to be for the same subnets that we used for the launch template. It's going to be for the same subnets. So it's going to be same 1 and 2, right? 1 and 2, 1A, private 1A, right? And private 2B. So select the first one. US is 1A, right? And then you see it says public here. No, we're not using it for the public. We want to use it for the private. So click on the drop down and select private 1. Click the drop down and change to private 1. Now for US 1B, select it, and then you see it says private 2B. That's fine. If you don't have private 2B selected, make sure you click on the drop down and you select private 2B. We will use 3 and 4 for the databases in the back, in the far back end. All right. So guys, scroll down. If you're right here, we're good. All right. If you're there, we're good. Okay. So we've done with step 10. We move down to step 11. We're done with step 11. We move down to now step 12 is to create a security group for the back-end load balancer. Security group for the back-end load balancer. Right? So scroll down. You see security group here. We don't even have the back-end load balancer security group. The back-end load balancer security group has not been created. So you see this arrow, click on this arrow. Guys, click on this arrow to open a new tab for you to create your security group. Click on the arrow. It brings us to this page. Let's create a new back-end load balancer security group. So I'll just paste this, for example, SolaviseTech backend LB. I'll just attach SG to it. SolaviseTech backend LB SG. LB stands for load balancer. SG stands for security group. And I'll drop that name in the chat. So Olainka, your network kicked you a little. So what did we do in your little absence? We were under security groups, right? You see here, it says create security group because we don't have the backend load balancer security group. You just click on this arrow, it opens a new tab for you. And then you want to give it the name I just dropped in the chat, backend LBSG. Backend SolaviseTech backend load balancer security group. You could paste the same thing for the description. You're welcome. You could paste the same thing for the description. And then let's pick up our VPC, which we created, our custom VPC. You can see the arrows there on your run book, right? Now, so we need to attach the security rules. We need to attach security rules, guys. Now let's look at this particular diagram. This back-end load balancer, where is it actually receiving traffic from? Guys, drop in the chat. Where is the back-end load balancer receiving traffic from? Where is this back-end load balancer receiving traffic from? Can we recall? Look at the diagram. You see these arrows? It is receiving traffic from our web tier. From our web tier. So, but this web tier has a security group. So we're going to open this back-end load balancer to receive traffic from the web tier, the front end exactly, which is our web tier. So we're going to open the port on this security group for the back-end load balancer for it to accept traffic, right? Like HTTP traffic from the web tier. So that's the reason why we're going to come right here and say that, hey, add group rule, add security group rule. Inbound rules, click on add rule. We want to add rule, and what type of traffic do we want to let in? Click on custom and let's do HTTP traffic. We want to let HTTP traffic to come in. From where? It should be custom. Let's do web tier. Just type web. Just type web in here. The moment you type web in here, your SolaviseTech web tier SG is going to appear. So we are picking up the security group ID of the web tier. So select that. Security group ID of the web tier. Right? We are letting HTTP traffic. We could equally add another rule. Right? We could equally add another rule. All ICMPv4 equally add the same rule. Right? You could see allow this, say from the same security group rule. Right? I'll just copy this the same. You can still just type in web to pick it up. You're allowing this traffic, all ICMPv4, passing through from the web tier. Now, we're just doing this for this demo, knowing that in each environment, they're going to have their specified port that they have to open, depending on the kind of traffic. So in that case, because everything's already well designed, there's going to be conversation in the team on which traffic should we allow, which port should we open. So we're going to implement. So in this case, we're just doing this test demo to see how we're able to connect the dots, right? So that's what we're doing what we're doing right now. So fine. So scroll down and click on create security group. Scroll down and click on create security group. Nice. Click on create security group. So after creating the security group, guys, we've created a security group. So let's come back to our application load balancer here. This other tab. Come back to the other tab and just refresh right here. Just refresh. Then you can click on the drop down. Right? You see there, it says SolaviseTech backend LBSG. SolaviseTech backend LBSG. Select that. Check it. SolaviseTech backend LBSG. You want to pick that up. Please make sure you're picking the right SG. Security group. Fine. Then once you're done with that, scroll down. Now we are on the backend load balancer. So which target group? You see, it talks about target group. Which target group are we supposed to connect to this backend load balancer? Please drop in the chat, guys. Which target group are we supposed to connect to the backend load balancer? Which target group are we supposed to connect to the backend load balancer? Which target group? Is the backend target group, right? Is the backend target group. So click on the drop down. You see here, SolaviseTech backend TG is the backend target group. So select this one. Is the only one, in fact, that's going to appear because you have already chosen the availability zones and you created this in the availability zone. So no other is going to be suggested to you. That's why I'm going to pick up this. And maintain port 80 for HTTP traffic. Then you want to scroll down. Guys, just scroll down. You have a summary there. And now let's go ahead, please, and click on create load balancer. Click on create load balancer. Once you click on create load balancer, you can do view load balancer to view your load balancers. You'll see it here is provisioning. So let me uncheck this. You can clear your filter. Just go ahead and click on clear filter. If you see just one, you can click on clear filter here. Once you clear the filter, you will now see two displayed. One is active, the other one is still provisioning. If you're able to see this, give me a yes in the chat, please. If you're able to see that, give me a yes in the chat, please. Cool. So we have these two load balancers. We can just refresh this while it's provisioning. So now, let's go a bit ahead. While it's still provisioning, I want us to just keep this tab as it is, right? Let's now go and create our auto-scaling group. You see, in the previous tab, we were creating our auto-scaling group, right? Now, if you come here to click on this drop-down, you see this SolaviseTech TG. Now, it still says front end. Why? Because now let's refresh this here. Come back here. You see, choose from load balancer target groups. Refresh here. Just refresh here. Click on the drop down again. Now you have the two appear. The first time we had just one that was present because this page had not picked up the new changes. So we just have to refresh and make sure that you pick up the back end, please. So select the back end right there. Right. Let's see our load balancer. It's still provisioning. That's fine. The moment it's going to provision, it's going to register to the target group. So it now says active. Cool. So our back end load balancer is actually active. Cool. So now we'll be able to select this, right? So just scroll down. Just scroll down. Okay. We can equally enable health checks. That's fine. We can enable health checks. Scroll down. Like I said, we can enable monitoring, but in this case, we don't want to enable monitoring. Go ahead and click on next. Go ahead and click on next. Cool. Go ahead and click on next. Now, we want to choose our desired capacities. We will choose the same capacities that we had for the front end. That's on step 13 now. So look at this here. Look at what's actually happening. We are creating our instances at different levels. The first level was the web tier. So these instances that we're creating in the web tier are independent of the instances in the backend app tier. So this auto-scaling group is now going to provision our instances here. That's the reason why we have to also specify the capacities. Desired means that at any point in time t, what is our baseline for the amount of traffic we're expecting? So let's just put 2 here for the sake of this demo, right? Different companies will have their different use cases. Minimum means that what? If business is bad and the amount of traffic actually reduces, let's say, for example, desired capacity is on a normal day. How is business moving? Now, minimum means that on a bad day, if business is really bad, and we don't want to have so many instances available, what is the minimum capacity that we need? What is the minimum of instances that should be running? So we could still choose 2, right? That's fine. For the sake of this, we could maintain 1. That's fine. Maximum means that now, let's say, for example, Christmas period, where people have to purchase a lot, or Black Friday, people have to do a lot of purchase. We need to have more instances spawn up to accommodate traffic, right? We can just choose 4 here. Just maintain 4 there. Same thing, tracking policy, select target tracking policy, maintain as it is, right? There are different target tracking policies. We go in SolaviseTech, we actually go deep dive into all of these concepts. We take each of these concepts, auto-scaling group, we train on that. We take load balancers, we train on that. We take EC2 instances, we train on that. So we are going a bit more advanced with this now, but knowing that we actually go deep dive into each of these individual concepts to teach, right? So scroll down now, I do next. Next again. Next. Guys, just do next until you come to the review page. And then the final end, you just click on create auto-scaling groups. Just do next, and then you click on create auto-scaling groups. You should see these 2 here. And it says updating capacity. Once you refresh, it says it has created. If you've successfully created, please give me a yes in the chat, guys. This is the app tier. This is that which we use for the front end, the web tier. If you've successfully created, give me a yes in the chat, please. Cool. If you've successfully created your back-end load balancer, good. Guys, let's have more yeses in the chat. Let's know we are carrying everyone along. Let's know we are carrying everyone along. Give me more yeses in the chat, please. All right. So we have that. What next we want to do? Just go to your EC2 console. Okay. We've created our auto scaling group. Go to your EC2 console. You can see it from here. Just come to your instances. And you will notice that you will now have 4 instances running. You see this? You now have 4 running. So the first 2 are already 2 on 2 check. They're the first ones you created, right? And now you have the next 2. Look at this next 2. They are initializing. And there's one thing I want you guys to be very, very vigilant about. Please look closely. If I select this and I pull to the right, you notice that these 2 instances that are being created do not have public IP addresses. They don't have public IPs. Only the first instance we created that are the public subnets. Why is that possible? It's because we actually enabled, when we're creating the launch ticket, remember there was a step. We enabled auto-assign public IP. That's the reason why they had these public IPs assigned to them. But when you come now to this new instance we are creating in the private subnet in the app tier, they don't have public IP addresses. Why? Because we don't need to access them from the internet. They are supposed to be for internal communication. So that's why they have just private IP addresses. So that's why now, for us to be able to test if we are successfully able to connect to the private instances, we don't need to copy their IP addresses and search on the browser. In the first scenario, we actually installed our Apache and we had our application SolaviseTech website. We're able to copy the public IP and reach on the browser. But now, in this case, the way we'll be able to test if we are able to successfully connect the web tier to the app tier is by trying to make a phone call, which we call it a ping. We try to ping the private IP addresses of these new instances sitting inside of our web tier. So how are we going to do that right now? Guys, how are we going to do this right now? So we are going to go ahead and connect to our EC2 instance, right? We are going to be able to connect to our EC2 instance, but let's just follow through with the run book to go to part 4 straight. Yes, let's connect to part 4. That's fine. Let's go to part 4 directly while this is creating. Okay, we are almost at the end. We are wrapping up. So guys, what have we done? We have created the front end. We have verified on the browser. We've created our back end connected. Now let's connect to the database and try to see if we're able to do our connectivities, right? So part 4 says create our database tier. Are we there? Part 4 says create database tier. If you're there, give me a yes in the chat, please. Let's create our databases. Now, this is pretty straightforward. Creating our database is pretty straightforward, guys. So step 1. Okay. So guys, are we there? Mensa is there. How many of us have been able to create our app instances? If you've successfully created your app instances, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Great, great. Like I said, we're going to have this recording fully available for you all, which you can use to practice over and over again in the back end. You'll be able to access it through our website, right? So now let's go to part 4, where we want to create our database and connect to the app tier. So now I'm just going to pull up right here any of these browsers, you see you can search here, search RDS, just type RDS. The kind of database we're going to use here is called a relational database. Relational database. Managed relational database, RDS. This is what we do. We can use what we call RDS, and we can equally use what we call DynamoDB, which is for non-relational data. But in this case, we're going to use RDS. So search RDS, and then you want to select RDS. Okay? Select RDS. Select RDS. Guys, select RDS. It will bring you to this console. Select RDS. Now, while here, there's one thing I want us to understand. Look at this diagram, guys. Look at this diagram here. Look at our architecture. We always come back here. Our two databases are supposed to be in the same, what we call the security group that is used for both of them is supposed to be the same. So we're going to create something we call a subnet group. We'll create something called a subnet group. And that subnet group, we're going to specify the availability zones for the subnet group. And now we're going to provision our databases into that subnet group. So these two databases, we're not going to create these two at once, but we're going to specify the subnet group for high availability, right? So now I'll come right here, and then you see to your left, just scroll down to your left, you see it says subnet group. We're not going to go directly to create a database, no. We want to create a subnet group for this, for the high availability. So click on subnet group, right? So I already had one which I created. I'm going to delete this one. Now, your screen should be something like this. Let's go ahead and click on create subnet group. You can either click here or here. So create subnet group. So we can use the name SolaviseTech SNG. SNG is just for subnet group. So I'll delete this. SolaviseTech SNG. The name you have there on the runbook is different. Like I said, naming is just us deciding. In your company, you're going to have your naming convention. Description, we want to pass the same thing. Description, you want to put in the same thing. Now, the VPC, make sure you choose our correct VPC. The VPC we created, guys. Choose the VPC we created. Choose the VPC we actually created. Choose the VPC we created. Right now, so scroll down, and you see it says we need to add subnets. This is where you need to understand go back to your architecture. The subnets we have here, this subnet for the app tier is supposed to be different for the subnet of the database, but it's supposed to be private. So in the first scenario, we use subnet 1 and subnet 2. So right now we have to use what? 3 and 4, right? So we come here now for the subnets, click on the drop down, you see, and remember that we are using what? A and B. So let me see. Yes, we're using A and B, right? A and B. So we're using A and B. Those are the AZs, availability zone A and B. Availability zone A and availability zone B. Then we now have to pick up the actual subnets for these availability zones. So click on this drop down for subnets, and you see under B, this is B. What are we supposed to pick up here, guys? We are supposed to pick up 4. So please, now look at something. They have not actually written whether it is 3 here or it is 4. Let's be very vigilant, guys. Look very well. It is not specified if it is 3 here or 4. How can you now get it? How can you get it if it is 3 or 4? Remember, we had another console that was open here, the VPC console. You can either go back to the VPC console, or you can just duplicate this tab. You can duplicate and go to VPC. If you come over under VPC here, come to subnets. Come to subnets, You see here, you see 4. This is 4. Private 4. Private 4, you see the subnet ID. Private 4 subnet ID ends with what? It ends with 11E. 4 actually ends with 11E. So we can come back here. And when you come to 4, you see 11E here. So 11E here, this is 4, actually. So you want to select this one. Pick up this. I don't know if it's the same on your end. This is on my end. Verify on your end what you have, guys. When you come to your VPC console, look at what actually has 4 to it, private 4. Look at the last 4 digits of the subnet ID. Yours must not be the same as mine, right? But the last 4 digits at the back end there, that is what you want to pick up. So I'll click on the drop down and I'll select 11E here. So check on this one. Now we need to pick on US is 1A, right? Which is supposed to be our subnet 3, right? Private 3. So come here now and look for private 3. You see this private 3 here, A. Private 3A ends with what? EE8 on my end. It ends with EE8 on my end. So you want to come back here now. Click on this drop down again and look for what? EE8. So this is EE8 here. So this is 3 for me. Yours may be different. So select this. The moment you select that, you're going to see both of them here. So you should have this here, this display. This is what we should have right here. If you have been able to do this, please give me a yes in the chat. Then you can click on create subnet group. Create subnet group, and it's created instantly. If you are good, guys, give me a yes in the chat. Awesome. Awesome. We are making great progress. Awesome. Cool. Cool. Now let's create. We are on step 3 now for part 4. Step 3, just scroll up a little and go now to databases. Click on databases. We now want to create our database that will be in that subnet group. It has to be in that subnet group. So on the databases now, click on create databases. Create databases. Right? Then you want to maintain the standard way of creating. In AWS, under RDS for relational database management, we actually have 6 supported engines. There are different engines that we can use. And like we said, this RDS is a service that is used to manage what we call structured data, structured query data, right? So these are the 6 supported engines that we have here. But in this demo, I would like us to pick up MySQL. So select MySQL engine. Once you select any engine, you see here, you have data which you can be able to read to understand exactly what it's all about. So select MySQL engine. Then you want to scroll down, guys. Scroll down. Scroll down. Maintain this version is the latest version that we have. Then under templates, remember that we're trying to, this is a demo, we're trying to play around. We don't want to incur so much bills. So please, production here means that in a working environment, production environment is an environment that actually is going to serve live traffic to end users, right? So we don't want to use it for production. So make sure you choose free tier here. Choose free tier. Dev and test in a working environment, dev and test actually use also for playground, right? Just to, you know, play around stuff. But here we're going to use the free tier. So please select the free tier. We don't want to put up charges. Now, you see, so scroll down. We want to give a name. We want to give a name to this database. So guys, the identifiers, I will just send this in the chat. Okay, we will use these properties, which I'm going to send, which you have right there. So the first one is a name. Maybe let me do it this way. Yes, let me send just the identifier name. So let's run this name. Identifier, just give a name to this. SolaviseTech database. Let's just give that name, SolaviseTech database, right? That's the identifier, SolaviseTech database. Then the credentials. The database here is very precious to a company. So it needs also a username and a password for you to be able to log into it. When we're creating our EC2 instances above, you saw that we never needed maybe username and a password. When it comes to the database, we need a username and a password for the credentials, right? So in this case now, AWS also has a service that is called Secrets Manager. If you enable this, it means that you want to use Secrets Manager to manage your secrets, right, for database. But then in this scenario, let's just go ahead to maintain it here. We're not going to check this. Don't check this. Scroll down, and then the password. This password, let's just put something that is going to be common to all of us because we're going to use it soon. Just put this password admin1234 in lowercase. Don't give any extra space. The password there, I'll just paste that admin1234. And then you type the same thing, right, for the master password. The same thing is just to confirm it. It says confirm, right? Admin1234. Admin1234. The same thing here, admin1234. Right? Admin1234. Then for the next step, which is the storage, right? The storage, let's change T3 micro. Click on the drop down and change to T2 micro. Right? Look at the first one. Choose T2 micro. We are trying to minimize costs as much as possible. This is our playground. Remember, in every company, they're going to have their use cases. So this is not strict, right, for all environments. So click on T2 micro, select T2 micro, and then you want to scroll down, maintain the architect storage, the general purpose SSD, right? Also, you may want to enable auto scaling, right? You see auto scaling here by default is enabled, which means that, hey, if the amount of data that has to be stored in the database is increasing, AWS is going to help in such a way that it can automatically scale up to a certain maximum threshold that we have here of 1,000 gigabytes. We can adjust that depending on the use case, right? So just maintain the setting as it is, and then you want to scroll down. Maintain do not connect. Do not connect to a compute resource at the moment. Then you see the VPC here, it says default. Let's change this VPC because everything, guys, everything must be in the same VPC. It must be in the same VPC. Click on the drop down and select this VPC. SolaviseTech 3-tier, which we created. Select SolaviseTech 3-tier VPC. The moment you select that, right, you notice that it's going to automatically pick up what? The subnet group that we created. Right? It's going to pick up the subnet group which we created. That's it. Are we there? So let me come here, for example, if I click on this drop down and I take the default VPC. Under the default VPC, you see subnet group. If I click on this drop down, you only see default here because this is for default VPC. But if you say default, it's as if maybe there's a default subnet group already created, but we don't have one yet, right? It means AWS will do that in the back end for you. But because we created as, click on the drop down, and then you select our default, our VPC we created, and now it picks up the subnet group that we had. Then, guys, next question. Should our database have public access or not? Drop in the chat. Should it have public access or not? Okay, okay. It should not, right? Perfect, perfect. So it should not have public access. That's the reason why we're going to maintain this here as no, right? Fine. So For security group, we also want to protect our database. Follow us keenly. This database here has its own security group to protect it. We don't yet have one yet. We don't yet have one. So now, you see, if it says choose existing, we don't have an existing one to use here for the database. So now let's click on create new. Let's create as, right? Let's give it a name. As you see, they have a sample name. Let's just use SolaviseTech DB SG. SolaviseTech database SG. Like I said, the naming can be anything. It's just for our reference. I'll drop that in the chat just for consistency's sake. SolaviseTech DB SG. Right? Now, the availability zone. We are not going to leave it at no preference. Why? Because we actually chose our availability zones, right? 1A. And so now, this something, look at this, right? Look at this architecture very well again. In this architecture, right, we have A and B. But we said above in our initial conversation that one of the databases is just going to be a standby, while the other database is going to be our primary database. So when we are creating this, the reason why we're going to choose just one availability zone is because we need just that availability zone to be our primary database where we are actually going to create it. AWS now is going to provision our standby in the other availability zone. We're not going to follow through the same process to go and create. That's the reason why when you come here now to availability zone, you don't have the possibility to select two. You can only select one. And I'm saying that let's choose A to create this database in, right? So that's what we have right there. So maintain every other thing as you see it, right? And then we want to connect to it using password. So maintain password authentication. And then also if we want to be able to monitor our database, see if we can enable here. So there are several features, guys. There are several features depending on the use case. We can also enable monitoring here, the CloudWatch, right? So don't change anything. It even gives you at the end of the day the approximate amount on how much, based on the settings you have put above, how much can you anticipate as monthly bills for this database running? You see here, based on our settings, about $14.71 US dollars. All right. So now just scroll down. Okay, scroll down and click on create database. Scroll down and click on create database, guys. Click on create database. If you're there, please give me a yes in the chat. Now, this page is going to display. When this page displays, what is the meaning? What's the importance of this page? What is it trying to say? You see, we are able to enable what we call elastic cache. Caching is a solution that can help us take content closer to the end users. We want to enable cache, but in this case, let's not go ahead to create any cache, right? Forget about this. Just go ahead and click on close. Just close that, and you should have your database here creating. So your database instance here is creating. See, it says creating. So if you have the same screen like myself, just give a yes in the chat, guys. Give a yes in the chat if your database is creating. If your database is creating, good, 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 good. So while it is creating, I want us to do something, right? Remember, we just created a security group, but we did not actually attach the rules to the security group. We have to now introduce the security group rules for the database. We just gave a name. We just gave it a name. So come back to your other console, your EC2 console, right? Come to security groups. You see, you can come here to security groups. You have security groups right here. 1 second. Come to your security groups under EC2 here. Yes, under network. You can actually have it from here. We can go to the VPC console. Come to your security groups here. Now I have several security groups in my environment. That's fine. You can just come and search the name here. Just search the name here. Let me just put DB here. So you see, that's the name there. If you don't have several security groups, you're going to be able to pick it. That's it there. SolaviseTech, this is SolaviseTech DBSG. So I'm going to select this one. So I can see just drop this name in the search. Just drop this name in the search there to make it easy for you to go to pick it up. Just pick up that security group. Now, once you pick up the security group, I'll just pull up a little here, pull up a little, and then you come to inbound rows. Come to inbound rows, and you scroll down, select inbound rows, select the security group first. This is it selected, right? You come to inbound rows, you scroll down. The inbound rule you can see here, it says MySQL Aurora. By default, it has MySQL Aurora. So click on edit. We want to add, see, this database in our architecture, you see it here, it has to be able to receive traffic from what? From the app tier. If you don't give access to the app tier, how will they receive traffic? That's the reason why I want to now open the access to the app tier for it to receive traffic. In the previous scenarios, we're opening access to what? To the load balancer. But in this case now, we're going to open access to what? The app tier security group, right? So now we are under security groups here. 1 second, right here. So click on edit inbound rules. Edit inbound rules. Under edit inbound rule, what I want us to do is now this IP address which you see here is actually my private IP address. It's our private IP address, but it's not what we want to use. So I want us to allow all traffic. So we can change this, right? Just click on add rule, allow all traffic. Let's allow all traffic, right? And then maintain custom and look for app here. SolaviseTech 3-Tier app TG. Just type app in here. We are opening it toward the app tier. Select the app tier there. Right? If you're there, give me yes in the chat, please. If you're there, give me yes, please. Okay, good, good. Guys, are we there? Good, 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 good. Now, we want to test. We are almost at the end. We want to now test what we have built. Let's see if we're able to ping. We want to be able to stand in this web tier. I told us I want to make a phone call. We're going to start on the web tier and try to make a phone call to the app tier. Now, keep an open mind. It may work, it may not work, right? If it breaks, we're going to troubleshoot around, try to adjust the security group rules. Like I said, in the working environment, everything will not always be 100% successful. But when you don't have success, we're not going to be flexible around, okay, to now troubleshoot to know what's happening. All right, so right here, I want us to be able to connect to our app tier from the web tier. So come to our instances, guys. Come to your instances here. Come to your instance and follow me keenly. Come to your instance and follow me keenly. Now, this is what's going to happen. We're going to pick up the private IP address of any of these instances and try to connect to them from the public subnet instances. So come here now to your instances, right? Scroll to the right a little. Any of these instances that has a private IP address, just copy the private IP address. I'm going to copy that. You could equally select it. Other ways of doing it, you could equally select it, whether A or B. You could select the instance, right? And then let me see. No, 1 second. No, this is the public, sorry. This is the public. Good. So select any of the privates. Let me select this one. Yes. The second, okay, no, this has a public. The second on my end. Any of the, okay, good. So we select any of these ones, right? You see, this does not have, this is public IP, good, right? So this one that does not have the public IP, the second for me, you select it and then you come below here, just pull this up a little. You see here, it says private IP. Just click on this icon here to copy it. Copy it here. Click on this icon here to copy it. Are we able to copy, guys? Copy this IP, and then let's now come over and try to connect any of the instances that has the public IP. For in my case, the first one. Come to it, select it, guys. What we're trying to do is on the testing step 3. We're on step 3 for the testing, or step 2 rather. We already did step 1 for the testing. That's why we skipped that. But now we're testing step 2, right? So select this instance, and then above here you see it says connect. You see here it says connect. Guys, select the instance and go ahead and click on connect. When you click on connect for any of the public instances, any of them, it will bring you to this page and it gives you different options. You can use session manager, you can use SSH client, and so on, right? EC2 instance connect. Now, we will use EC2 instance connect. The reason I want us to use this is because there are other tools like there's a tool called Git Bash that we can use to connect to it, but because not everybody may have that tool here installed, that's the reason why I want us to use the EC2 instance connect, right? So just scroll down, and you see it's written here connect. Guys, go ahead and click on connect. Go ahead and click on connect. If you're able to connect and have a screen like me, give a yes in the chat, please. Give a yes in the chat if you have a screen like me. Cool. 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 So now we say once we make a phone call, this is a moment of truth to test the app and the web. So please go ahead and type ping in lowercase, ping. Ping, give a space, and then you paste that private IP address. Ping, you give a space, ping, give a space, and then you paste the private IP address. Then you hit enter. Okay. Like I said, we can have success, we may not have success. Hit enter. Are we there, guys? Do you have the same screen like me? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's all right. So now, for us to be able to have success, right, we should go to see progressive movements of traffic that indicates that, hey, those requests are being made, packages are being moved in from the web to the app and so on, right? So now what we're going to do here is we're going to adjust our security group rules to be able to allow our ICMP traffic for us to be able to ping. So just leave your screen as it is, right? Let's go to any of the other consoles and check on our security group rules. Just maintain it as it is. Go to any of the other consoles, right? Go to any of the other consoles or let's come back to this one for the EC2 instances, right? So look at the instance that we actually picked. We can pick up any of the private. Okay, so instances here. Oh, I have some instances. Guys, check your instances if you have some terminated and others recreated. Check that out. Let's see. Guys, go to your EC2 instance console. Let's see if you have any instances terminated and others created running. All running. Good. Okay, nice. Nice. So I got some instances terminated here and others running. All running. Okay, nice. Nice. So let me pick up any private instance that is running. 1 second. So guys, is anybody having the an image like this? 1 second. Is anyone having an image like this? Is anyone having an image like this? If you're having an image like this, give me yes in the chat, please. Oh, Sabira Mensa, you have that image. I mean this. Share your screen, let's see.
Hello.
Yes. Share your screen.
My phone, and I'm not using my laptop.
Sorry?
I'm using my phone to join like the meeting.
Okay. So do you have this 64 bytes kind of image? Is that the same image you have?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Who else is able to equally have a similar image, guys? Drop in the chat. What I'm saying is your image, it doesn't end here. You actually have the 64 bytes continuous ping. So 10.04, let me come here, 10.04. That instance got terminated. 10.03. Let me copy 10.03 here. Okay, this is running. Okay. .04. So let's see. 10.03. Let's see. Ping. Okay, good. So I'm able to ping one of the instances. So one of the instance had a challenge, guys. One instance, this is what I'm expecting us to see, because I know very well that our setup is cool. It's cool, right? So it's supposed to ping like this. So guys, check your instances very well. Make sure that you pick up another instance. Pick up another instance IP. All right. You should have this image. It means that we're able to connect, we're able to call from the web tier into the app tier, right? So go to your instances, pick up the other instance, private IP. This is B, right? Yes, this is B. Okay, this is B. And we actually, let me check right here, this instance. All right, this is 44 1065 165 44165. If I check here, 44165. Okay, this is 44 here. So this is B. Okay, so this is B. It means that since we're in B, right, you have to pick up the private IP of B and check it out. So every other person, try that out. Let's see. For those of you who were not able to have it ping like this. And if you have this rolling, for example, Mensa, To stop this, right, just press the control button on your screen, on your laptop, and then you press C, Control C to stop it. Right? Control C, it's going to stop. Control C is going to stop it. So this gives us success that we've been able to connect. We've been able to connect this web tier to the app tier. Good. Our web tier is connected to the app tier, and what traffic is coming in? Traffic is coming in through the application load balancer, right? Good. We're able to connect this. Okay. So who else is able to get this ping, guys? Those who are able to get the ping right now, are you able to do it? Pick up the private IP on the other server and try to ping it. Those who never had the ping, are you able to ping now? And we will be employing the last step of our project as we wrap up. We'll be employing the last step of our project as we wrap up. Okay. Good. So now, what do we now want to do? What are we trying to achieve in this next scenario? We are trying to connect. We are trying to connect to our database. So look at what we want to do right now. This is our architecture. We have created the front end first. We have used the front end load balancer DNS to connect to the front end. Now, we have connected the front end and the back end. We have gotten to the front end, and we have now done what? We have tried to ping the back end, and we're successful. Now, we want to get into the back end. Remember the first scenario, what did we do? We actually SSH into the front end. We connected to the front end. And now, while in the front end, we connected, we actually tried to ping the back end. But then there's something here, guys, very keen. There's something here very keen. For us to be able to make use of key pair, we're creating these EC2 instances, we use key pair. And now, connecting here from the internet, we can connect directly with this EC2 instance connect. It uses internet connectivity. You can use that for the connectivity. But coming here now, because we have to connect to this private instance, you cannot just connect from the outside like that. So what we're going to do is that we are going to connect to, how do I put it? We are going to connect to the, we're going to try to connect to this, we're going to try to connect to the, we're going to try to connect to the back end from the front end. No, not using NAT gateway. NAT gateway helps us just for updates and patches. But we're going to try to connect to the back end from the front end. Now, I didn't put that particular step in this runbook because I didn't want to complicate it. But we could see the step now here. We didn't bring in the bastion here. That's a new term. We could use the bastion host. That's why I said that in this design, we could bring in many other things. And that's why, guys, one of the things I want us to do is, after this workshop, we're going to reach out to LinkedIn, right? We're going to upload this recording. We're going to make a post around this on LinkedIn. You're going to share your learnings and also share the things that could be improved upon, the things that could be added to make the actual even more beautiful, right? We could create a bastion host, which is like a private house, a private location in the public subnet, that we can use it like a jump box to connect to the other instances in the private subnets. But we're not going to do that. We didn't do that in this scenario here. So what I want us to do is, because we are already inside of this public subnet, I want us to now connect to the private instance from the public subnet. So for us to be able to connect into it, right? So what we can do is that we need to run a command that will help us to connect into it. We need to run a command that will help us to connect into it. And how can we do that, right? The command that we need to be able to connect into the private subnet, come back to your instances, guys. Come back to your instances. Now, before we go to the instances, we need a key pair to connect from this subnet, from the public subnet, right, instance into the private. So what we're going to do right here is we're going to create a file. Our key pair is not in this instance right now. So if you do an ls, for example, do ls, just type ls. Ls means that you're trying to list, you're trying to, verify what content you have in there created. Now it's empty. Just type ls, lowercase s, lowercase l, lowercase s. You have it there is empty. Now we're going to create a file and copy the content of our key pair into it. So the key pair that we created, we're going to copy the content and put into it. Why? Because in order for us to connect SSH, we need a key pair. Because if you come here, for example, this EC2 instance is 443, right? This is 10.02.165. With this, what we want to do is that we're going to run nano. Let's do, I think I'm going to include this sudo nano the name of our key pair. So I'll come here to the instances, the name of our key pair that was downloaded. Come to your downloads file on your system. Come to your downloads, guys. So I'm going to paste this command right there. Let me paste this command right there for you. Sudo nano. It means that we want to create a new file. Sudo means that, sudo means that sudo nano.
I think you want to raise the privileges, right?
Yes, sudo nano. It means that we want to go in with root privileges. This is a concept under Linux, guys. So sudo nano, you want to type that in sudo sudo nano, right? Then you put a space, sudo space nano. Then you come to your downloads. Okay, this is our key pair that we created. So you want to copy the name of this key pair. Copy the name of that key pair. Just select it, copy his name. Then you come back in here. Come back in here, and then you paste it. Please follow this last step. It's very important. Once you paste that name of the key pair, add a .pem to it. Add a .pem. It should all be in lowercase. This is the name of my key pair. .pem. .pem, there is an extension, so that when you're trying to run the command, the system should be able to identify that this is a key pair you're trying to run, right, to SSH into your instance. So sudo nano this. So I'm going to add this. Let me do a screenshot of this. Right, I'm going to add to the runbook. Fine. I'm making more improvements around it. So now, guys, looking at this, it means that we want to get in. Nano here is an editor. It's a text editor. We want to be able to make use of. So if you've been able to type this, just go ahead and hit enter. Hit enter is going to open a display like this. Right? If you're here, please give me a yes in the chat, guys. Sudo nano and then your key pair name .pem. The .pem should be close to your key pair name. Okay. All right. Cool. Are we there? Nice, 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 nice. Good job. Nice, nice, guys. So while you're in here, what we want to do is we want to copy the content of our key pair and paste it in here. A lot of these concepts may not be very clear right now, guys, but like I said, we actually have a bootcamp in which we go into detail on each step. So right here, this key pair file that you have, this extension.pem, I want to double click on it, open it. Double click and open it, right? You will see a content like this. That's secret. Do a Control A to copy everything and a Control C. Or you can right click and still do a copy. Just copy it, open it, highlight everything like you see here. Do a Control A so that you don't miss anything. If you miss even a character, guys, it will break. If you miss even a character, it will break. If you miss even a character, it will break. So let me take a screenshot of this. So now, let's go back here. So come back in here. Okay. Come back in here. And then you want to do a right click after copying, and then you paste. Right? Let's copy this content. Copy. Then we paste it in here. So you should have the content pasted in here like this. Guys, if you have the same display as myself, give a yes in the chat, please. Give a yes in the chat. Give a yes in the chat. I'm going to upgrade the run book with these other steps we're having now. So if you have this, give a yes in the chat. Okay. Okay. Now, we want to save the content that we have in here. We have to save the content that we have copied into this. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So we want to save the content that we have into this file. So how do we save, please? We are going to run these commands in this order. The first thing, guys, press Control X. Control X. We're here. Control X. Right? So let me type here Control X. You're not typing, right? You just hold Control and press X. Then the next thing is asking you, hey, do you want to save the changes? Now press letter Y. Press letter Y. Yes, we want to save the changes. Letter Y. And then the last thing you want to do is you want to hit the button Enter. Just hit Enter. Control X, then Y, then Enter. Just hit Enter here. Once you hit Enter here, it's going to close this. Guys, do we have the same display? Control X, Y, Enter. Do we have the same display? Control X, Y, Enter. We have this display, right? Are we there? Control X, Y, Enter. Francis, are you able to do that? Sabira? Okay, cool. So now, just do an ls. Do an ls. Type ls. You see now that initially when we did ls, we didn't have any display, right? But here, you see when we type ls here, nothing was presented. Now we do ls, we have it here displayed, right? And now to be sure that what we saved in here, what we copied in here is actually present in here, right? So we can run this command, cat, right? Then I'll just do SolaviseTech that. Cat, when you type cat means I want to view the content. So you don't have to do the same like me here. Cat. So sorry. Here cat uppercase S SolaviseTech that. So cat SolaviseTech the keeper name.pem. This command means that we are trying to view, we want to view the content, right? If I copy this, it means we want to view the content. We want to view the content. I'm just pasting that so you guys see the format. Cut everything in lowercase CAT, and then the name. You can just type the initial. In my case, it's uppercase N S, because it's the only file name here. When I just do S here now, and I hit tab, the tab key, it displays. Or you can just paste the name of your key pair with the .pem that you have, and then you can hit enter. When you hit enter, it should display this. This display means that you're able to confirm that it was saved. You can view it was saved, right? Nice, nice, nice. It was saved. Nice, nice. Okay, so now we want to connect. We want to connect into that instance, right? We're able to ping. We want to now connect into it, access into it. So what are we going to do? Look at this instance here. This instance here is 10.02 on my end, right? Let me try to recall the IP that I used, the IP that we're able to ping into, right? This is the IP we're able to connect into here, 10.8. This is a private IP here, 10.8. So it means I have to go to this instance with this private IP 10.8 and try to connect to it. I want to connect to this instance from here. I'll have to use the connect command in here to connect right here. So what are we going to do right here, guys? So 10.8, I'll look for that instance here. This should be it, I think. 10.03.8, yes. This is it here, 10.03.8 on my end. On my end, this is the instance, private IP. So guys, go to that instance that was successful in the pinging. When you ping and it was successful, go and select that instance, and then now click on, okay, I have two instances selected here. So let me uncheck here, this. Hello, can someone hear me, please?
Yes, Doc. You can hear you.
Okay, cool. 1 second. Let me see. Okay. Okay, 1 second. This instance, okay. 1 second, guys. Oh, wow. So that instance was terminated. That's fine. That's fine. So let me see. Just give me 1 second again, guys. Let me try to ping this new instance created here. 10.3.38. Okay, let me see here. Let me just try to ping this instance. Okay, cool. Control C. So now let's select that instance, Select the instance, guys, and then you click on connect. The instance you were able to successfully connect, select it and click on connect. Click on connect. Now you can't do instance connect with this here directly. So once you click on connect, you can't do instance connect directly from here. So go ahead now and click on SSH client. Select SSH client. Then you copy the example connection command. SSH client and the connection command. SSH client and the connection command. Then you come right here and you right click and you paste it. And you hit enter. And you hit enter. It should bring you to a page like this to request if you actually want to continue. Then you can do a yes. Just type yes. Just type yes and hit enter. Once you type yes and hit enter, it displays you this other page, guys. Remember, this is the second time we are seeing this. The first time is when we search into the web tier. We're able to see this. And now we have gotten into the app tier. Now, how do we know? Look at this. This is the private IP address that we copied. We just came here and picked it up. That's our private IP address. If you come back here, look at this IP here, guys. This IP here, this is a private IP. You see that it is different from this one below here. This is a private IP address of the instance in the public subnet. This is the public IP address of the instance that we are inside. And then this is the private IP address. But this other IP address is of the new instance, which is the web tier here on a diagram. We have been able to leave from here and got into this from this, right? So that's why you see this display right here. Display, you see this IP here. This IP here is different from this IP you have here. You see this IP here above here. This is 10.2, which is the same thing here. This is the instance we're in initially. So we are now sitting in the private instance. So what do we now want to do in this scenario? While in the private instance, what do we want to do? We now want to be able to connect. Let us now connect. This is step 5. This is now part of step 5. Let us now connect to our database, guys. Let us now connect to our database from here. From here, let's now connect here. That's the last step in the practice. Let's leave from here now and connect to this. So how can we connect from here to this? In order for us to be able to reach this database engineer is MySQL. So we need to install MySQL here on this app tier. We have to install MySQL for it to be able to detect and connect to the MySQL database. Whatever logic is processed here should be able to connect to the backend database. So how can we be able to install MySQL, right? This is the command which we're going to use. I'm going to drop this in the chat. We're going to run this command, sudo yum install mysql -y. So while we are inside of the app tier now, let us install MySQL on the app tier. So you want to paste that, sudo yum install mysql-y to install MySQL on top of your app tier, right? All of these are manual processes that we are doing. But in a real work environment, the developers will be writing the code, including all of these integrations, so that once we deploy the code, right, it's able to run through in the environment. But now we are doing the manual process. You understand exactly how it's been done, how the connectivity is done. So once you run this sudo yum install mysql-y, it means you want to install MySQL on top of your app tier. So go ahead and click enter. Right. So now, Guys, are we all having the same display? Okay, good. Are we all having the same display? If yes, give me a yes, please, to explain this. Mensa, are we all having the same display? Francis? Okay, good, good. So we are unable to connect to this because for us to install the MySQL, right, this actually what's happening. Our app tier is inside of a private subnet. It needs to download and install from the internet. So we are unable to have it installed here. You get this error message because it can't pull it from the outside, right? It can't pull it from the outside. It's unable to pull it from the outside. So what we'll now do is we're going to go out of this private instance. We will now install MySQL, right, on top of our web tier, and we're not going to connect from our web tier, try to reach out to our DB, right? So now, in order for you to do that, guys, here, just go ahead and type exit, right? Type exit. Exit. Let's go ahead and run exit. So now you see that we've left from this 10.03 this, and we're here. Now go ahead and run sudo yum install MySQL here now. So let me push in the same command. Sudo yum install MySQL-y. Run that. And you notice it's installing, right? You notice it's pulling, it's installing. So run that now. You notice that it's installing, right? Because this web tier has access to the internet. So it's able to go pull from the internet and install. Okay? I was showing us that so that you understand how the app tier, when we say it's private, how can we practically see that? We've seen that we're trying to install a package that needs to be pulled out from the internet. It's not possible because it's in a secure network. It needs a public IP to go pull it, right? So now we come here and we have this installed. So we have MySQL installed, right? So the last thing that we have to do now is to try to connect to it, to the database. So how can we do this? Just go to your RDS. Now go to RDS, the database we created. Go to RDS. This is our database, right? Go to our RDS. Guys, this workshop of today is a summary of what we've been able to train for the past 5 to 6 weeks. So it's a combination of concepts for over 5 to 6 weeks that we are doing a workshop on a single day to be able to revise all in one. That's the reason why it's a bit lengthy, right? But it's a solid project that if you understand so well, right, you feel confident about the 5 steps in AWS and more. So now, right here, you see our database, you want to get into it. Go to your RDS, get into the database. We want to be able to pull up. So if you look at the run book there, the last steps, we want to pull up the endpoint and connect to our database. So when you click on database, you see connectivity, you should be on connectivity here. On connectivity, you see it says endpoint and port. Endpoint here. So we are going to need this endpoint here. We are going to need this endpoint. So now, what I want you guys to do on your laptop, go ahead and open a notepad. We've gone to Ruben, we came to RDS. Then under RDS, we came to our databases. click on the database name. Then you come here, you see connectivity. You should be on connectivity. Just scroll down a little. You're going to see an endpoint. This is SolaviseTech. This is your endpoint here. And you see the port open here, 3306. All right. So now what do we want to do? Open a notepad. Just come here, click on notepad. I believe everybody should have notepad. Or if you have notepad++, you could use it, right? But let's just do notepad. You open your notepad. I'm going to send the endpoint command, which we're going to use. I'll paste that in the chat. Right? Okay, let me just use mine right here. Make sure there is no extra space when you're copying that. I'll paste this in the chat. Guys, copy that command and paste on your notepad. You should have it like this. Let me increase the font size. Yes. So it should be something like this. This is the last step that we want to apply. Is the last step we want to apply. Okay. So it starts with what? MySQL. Copy that and paste on your notepad. It starts with MySQL. And then it says -h. Now, what follows after it is the endpoint. We need to pass in the endpoint. And it starts from here right up to Amazon.com. If you look at your RDS here, you see it starts with SolaviseTech up to so you want to copy these guys. Copy this right up to .com. I'll copy that. Copy your endpoint. Each and every one of us will have different endpoints connected to our database. So you want to come here, right, on your notepad. And then this one which you've highlighted, you want to delete it, and then you paste the one you just copied. Make sure you don't give any extra space. You want to make sure you replace the endpoint there with the new endpoint which you have. And then it says next, -p. -p is the port number. The port number here says 3306, which is what we see here. The port number is 3306. And then the next thing here says admin -p. Admin is our username. -u means the username. And our username is admin. We all give admin. If it was different, you change this admin here to the username you gave. And then -p here says password. We don't want to make our password visible. We're going to be prompted to insert this password, right? Once we try to connect. So guys, just go ahead and copy this. Go ahead and copy that. Go ahead and copy that. And then you come and you try to run it here. You paste it. You try to paste it there. And then you hit enter. It will ask you for the password. This is the last step. You hit enter, it's going to ask you for the password. Guys, what was our password, please? Do you remember? If you're following. Drop in the chat if you remember our password. We actually created a password, right? Drop in the chat if you remember our password. Guys, do you remember the password? It's somewhere above. Admin 1234. Admin 1234 was the password we used. So you're going to type that password, but it's not going to display, it's going to be masked. When you type the password admin1234, it's not going to display. All right, it's going to be marked. So let's do admin1234. Let's see if we can connect. If it breaks, then fine. We will check our report again. Guys, if you're able to connect, like I have it on the run book, let me know. This. Guys, if you're able to connect like this, let me know. Hey guys, are we there?
Yes, Doc, we are there.
Yes, sir.
Cool. All right, guys, this is just the last step. It's the last step, and then we're going to delete, we're going to clean up. I must appreciate you guys for being here up to now. We still have this number. It's super amazing. It's super amazing to be able to achieve this. So if you're able to connect, just let me know. If you have this challenge, let me know. Guys, if you have the same challenge, let me know. If you're able to connect, let me know. Are we there? So now let's check on our security groups.
So, Doc, we are there.
Okay, Peter, that's fine. That's fine. All right, that's fine. All right, so now we are trying to connect to our database, and you see it took a long time, right, to connect without success. So we need to check on our security groups to see if we can actually grant access. So let's come here, for example, to security groups, EC2. So this is our security group. Yes. Let's test this out. So come to security groups. Let's come to our security groups console. Okay, this is our SolaviseTech DB SG. Let's come to our security groups. We can get that from the EC2 console, or you could still go to the VPC console. You could still go to VPC, and you could go to security groups. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Asongwe. So I'm here. You could come to VPC. Thank you, Asongwe. You could come to VPC, and then it takes you to, you come to security groups right here, right? Or
Doc, you are still sharing the room. I can't see from my end.
Okay, let me stop sharing and share again. Maybe it's a bit frozen. Screen one. Okay, fine. So hope it's good now. I hope it's good now, guys. Asongo, is it good now?
Yeah, Doc. Nothing is showing. The screen is just black.
I think it's good on Asongo's end now. Just check your screen again, Mensa. I think it's good now. Okay, cool. So let's go to security, and then we search the security group, SolaviseTech DB SG. SolaviseTech DB SG. We select it. Then let's check on the security group rules, inbound rules. Let's do edit inbound rules. Select it, inbound rules, edit inbound rules. You see here, oh, let me see. This is a security group, security. Okay, this is it here. Okay, let's edit inbound rules. Okay, so this is a rule that we have here. So you see here, the IP here that it's letting, right? It's not letting traffic from our app. So you see on my end here, this is what it's letting, right? So we want to change this. So like I said, let's give access to this, the DB, let's give access to the security group of our application load balancer, right? And then also we may equally configure the same on application load balancer. We may equally configure the security group on the application load balancer as well, to be able to let traffic from our database, to be able to connect to our database. All right. So one second, let me pull that security group rule right here. Okay, nice. Nice. So let's pick it up from here. Let's add a rule. Let's take all traffic. Let's take all traffic from custom, right? This is on our app, our DB security group rule, right? All traffic. Let's do app here. Okay. Okay. That's it. Pick it up. The app DB. Let's pick up the app DB security group. I just went and typed app, right? App. And it comes here. So SolaviseTech 3-tier app tier SG. So we're connecting the app tier SG to it. Let's connect the app tier SG to it and see what that gives us. We're allowing all traffic from the app tier, right? Let's save it. Guys, give me 1 second. Let me test this connectivity. I've saved that, and then I'll come back here. Let me run this again. Admin 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It's not connecting. Let me stop it. All right, so fine. we have updated the security group role of the database. Now, let's go ahead and update that of the app tier as well to also grant it access from database, right, up. So let's come in here and search security group. Let's search app tier. The 3-tier app tier security group. The 3-tier app tier security group. Then let's check on the inbound rules. Let's edit inbound rules again. Okay. Okay. So we actually allowed SSH from the web tier, and then we allowed all ICMPv4 from the internet. Now let's add a rule here. Let's add a rule here, and the port we want to open is Aurora. All right. Let's open MySQL Aurora. And the source is the database, DB. The source there is the DB security group. The source right there should be your DB security group, database, SG. Our source should be a database SG. And let's save the rules. So we are trying to open the port of this SG to this, and of this to this as well. All right, so let's see. Wow, this is what makes it interesting. Guys, has anyone been able to connect? At the moment, it's breaking. Has anyone been able to connect from their end? Okay. So this last step, connecting our app tier to the database, as well as being able to connect from our web down, right? So the last phase is breaking, and we may have to spend in more time. As so far, we've had 2 extra hours. In order that we don't spend much time again, trying to troubleshoot around, what we'll do is we probably going to end at this point, right? Because of the timing, we're going to end at this point, and we're going to clean up. We're going to end at this point, I'm going to clean up, right? Probably there's a little area just to take a look at and then troubleshoot around. But because of the timing, right, so that we don't expend, yes. So because of the timing, right, with a cool head, you may want to just follow through again with the rumble. Probably we missed a step or something, but you may follow through again. This is a solution I built yesterday. You may follow through again to success. And your success endpoint, how should it look like? Right? How should it look like? It should look like this. It should look like this on screen too. So this is how your success endpoint should look like. You should be able to get into the database, and when you type this command, say show databases, it should give you this display. It means you're able to connect into the database. All right. So that's the last step of it. So what we now have to do, we now have to clean up. Guys, I said this at the end. Congratulations, good for making it up to this point, right? And one of the things we have to note is that it's not always about having it 100% successful. It will never always be 100% successful. But the process through that we're able to follow in the design, the process that we're able to follow through in the implementation, are we able to see through? Are we able to troubleshoot through? Are we able to build? It takes time. What we have just done today in about 5 to 6 hours is something that takes time to be able to work upon. Not one person does it. What I've been able to build here, guys, not one person normally does it in the working environment. We have different stakeholders that come in. They put their heads together. They work on it together. But then we need to understand individually, right, how the flow works so that we're able to contribute our own individual ideas. So even if you're not able to get success in this session, I want to say that do not feel discouraged. If you were blocked somewhere, do not feel discouraged that you never had success, because what matters is being able to understand the concepts and being able to sit down and try to apply them. So right now, before we go, let's delete everything we've created. Let's delete everything we've created, everything. And I gave us the steps there from our database. Go to your databases. We could start from databases, RDS. We have to delete every single thing because charges will play in. Charges will play in. So come to your databases. Charges will play in, guys. You want to delete everything. So select your database and take delete. Select it, and then you do actions and you do delete. Select your database, take actions, then you do delete. This other step is very important, please. Make sure that now AWS makes it in such a way that by default, final snapshot is enabled, so that in case you're making an error to delete your database, you shouldn't lose your data. So I don't want us to create a snapshot because those snapshots are going to be charged. They'll be stored in S3 and they'll be charged. So uncheck this. You see, retain automated backups, uncheck this as well. Once you uncheck the two, you now acknowledge. It just wants to be sure that you are the one giving the right that you want to delete without taking snapshots. And once you do that, it now says type delete me. Go ahead and type delete me. Uncheck these two, and then you acknowledge, and then you type delete me. Then you go ahead and click on delete. You click on delete. It says deleting. So it's going to delete your database. Once you've deleted your database, the next thing is please make sure you delete your subnet group. Come to subnet groups, you select it, and then you do delete. Delete your subnet groups. Now it cannot delete. Why? Because your database is still inside. Unless you've deleted your database, I want us to see this error message. Unless you've deleted your database, only then can you be able to delete the subnet group. So we're going to leave this screen here, right? We're going to leave this screen because it's still deleting the database. You see, it says deleting DB instance. It's still deleting. So come back now to your EC2. Come back to your EC2. So we are deleting our database already. Come back to EC2. There's one key thing here, guys. Don't try to delete the EC2 instances directly. You should come down to your auto-scaling groups and delete your auto-scaling group. Not the EC2 instance directly, because the EC2 instances are created from the auto-scaling group. So select them, and then you do actions. I do delete. Let's select our auto-scaling groups. We do actions, and then we do delete. Auto-scaling group, actions, delete. So it says type delete 2. You just type delete to and you delete. Type delete to and you delete. So our auto scaling group is deleting. The moment it deletes to the end, right, automatically it's going to shut down all our instances. It's going to terminate all our instances. So I've given the step there. I said delete database, delete auto scaling groups. Now let's delete the launch templates right there. Go to launch templates. Let's now delete our launch templates to prevent these charges. You have to select one at a time. Actions, delete template. Pretty simple.